Hi everyone, it's me. I just got home. So I set up my thing and I started. I just got home. I went for a walk up the road to get some bread. And I went to the weed store. So here I am. And I didn't shower or anything. I brushed my teeth and went washed up before I left, but I didn't have a chance to get ready yet. And now that I'm home, my stomach, thank God, is mumbly grumbly. So I'm going to cook a grilled cheese sandwich. Hi, if you've just joined. I just said that I just got home. So I'm just going to cook a bite to eat. And then we're going to talk about the fatal flaw. I didn't have time to bring up any of the web pages that I was going to use. Not prepared whatsoever. Truly, last minute Lacey. Yeah. So, it is raining cats and dogs outside too. I left at 11:30. I have no idea how it took me that long to just go down the road and do a little bit of shopping and get back. But it did. So, I hope you're all well. Like I said today, hi there, Muse. Good to see you. Today we're going to talk about the fatal flaw, which is something that I'm going through right now. I'm going to explain to you what that means, but I really need to make a grilled cheese sandwich, okay? I'm very hungry. I haven't been able to eat right for a little while, eating little bits and bobs, but not enough. I knew that I had to put something into my system. And I was even struggling to swallow toast. So, yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to need a little bit. This will probably be a little bit of a longer live stream. But I'm going to make the grilled cheese sandwich and get a couple things to eat. And then I will sit down with you. I was going to push the time forward, but I do that too often. So, yeah. Okay. My pants are still wet from being outside. This isn't the first time it happened. It's almost every time I go out and it's raining. I mean, this isn't something that I didn't know before, but the amount of people that have no consideration for pedestrians is something else. They just, hang on. Is that better? A little better. They don't slow down in the rain, and they just repeatedly splash in the puddles over and over and over. And so I had my umbrella and I was able to deflect most of it. And I mean, here's the sidewalk and here's the road here. I mean, even if you move over as far as you can get on the sidewalk, they still splash you. So, the last time I was out in the rain, it was happening so much, and I was on my way to the dentist. And this was still during winter, and the water is cold and muddy and nasty. And it was happening so much, I couldn't get past this giant puddle because people kept splashing me. So there was this elderly woman driving her car, and she was the only one to slow down her vehicle and go, 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 so that I could make it past the puddle. She literally had to stop the traffic. And so, it wasn't an enjoyable walk. I mean, I love walking in the rain. I just love the rain. But then it's like they don't think of anybody. I mean, they're not. That's the thing. They're not thinking of anybody else but themselves in their vehicle. Even if they see me, they're not thinking about it. And I mean, splashing in big, huge puddles. And there's some people that do it purposely, which is crazy. They don't even know me. It's really, really it's frustrating some days. I don't know if this happens to you as a pedestrian, but if it does, know that you are not the only one. And it is not your town only. It is probably everywhere. So I'll have to change my pants, but I don't feel like doing it right now. Because, They splashed me. I'm dry now. I had about 10 minutes before, about a little less than 10 minutes, actually, about 7 minutes when I got home. But yeah. So with that, I will be right back. I need my elastic. Ouch. You can't go outside now. It's raining. You can't go outside, baby. It's raining. She says, Here, some turkey for you. Turkey for you. Mm. Oh. There's some cheese. Okay, here I am. Yes, people splashed me with the mud puddle. Sorry about that. I'm just cooking a grilled cheese sandwich. If you missed it, hi. Hi, good to see you. If you missed it, yeah, I'm just making a grilled cheese sandwich. I got home. Hi, good to see you. Sorry about that. I got home at around, I don't know, 7 minutes till 1. And I was out. I had gone to the weed store and I got some bread. And then now that I've gotten home, I finally feel my appetite. My stomach started to mumble and grumble. So I'm making a grilled cheese sandwich with ham. And hello. Hi, Mike. Hi, Steven. Hi, Sonia. Hi, Fourth Wall. Hi, Trev. Hi, Muse. Welcome. Yeah. So I did. I mean, I'm always last minute. I try not to be, but I left at 11:30, and I have no idea how it took that long. I only went down to down the road, literally. It takes me 15 minutes, so I'm not really quite sure why. But here we are. I planned to do this yesterday, and remember I bought like that bunny sign. I guess I could just get it for us and get my little bunnies. But yeah, I haven't been doing all that well. I haven't really recovered since, like, fully. Like I came out of it mentally, but I haven't come out of it physically, unfortunately, since I had the little thing with my CPTSD. So yeah, I'm just making I can't burn that sandwich though. Ouch. Okay, I didn't burn it. I flipped it. It's almost ready. Okay. So yesterday, Easter, and I was a little bit sad that, again, I was alone on a holiday. And I try to make the best of it with every holiday. As you can see, I've celebrated holidays on live streams. Indeed. Thank the Creator, indeed. I do. I do. And also, I do love grilled cheese. Oh, I can't eat jalapenos. I had a jalapeno hamburger one time, and jalapeno burned my butthole. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't think those agree with me. So, yeah. But what I mentioned it for is that I went downstairs yesterday to do laundry, and look what I found. And there's like a little like book thing where you can leave books and take books. Look what I found. It has nothing to do with spells. Don't judge it right away. There's nothing to do. It's just the title of the book. It's called The Loss of Consciousness on Earth. Look at the two hearts with the masculine and feminine united and everything. People are still laughing about my burning butthole joke. Yeah. Yeah, it found me. And so it doesn't, look, it's got nothing on it. You see, it's very plain. I don't know if it had another cover on it at one time. And it says, by Cian de Rohan, Four Winds Publications. That kind of sounds like a reserve, doesn't it? New Mexico. See that? From 1989. Hi, JB. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Thank you for joining. Hi, Sonia. I forgot to say hi. Yeah. This book. So it says also received by. I think it's a channeling, you guys. And it says dedicated to God, the Father of loving light. Listen to what it says in the introduction. I have to say that I am most pleased with the movement I see happening now, even though I know that most people view that as a macabre statement on my part, since they do not understand what I mean. I have intent to heal Earth now, but Earth is not going to heal without going through the upheavals involved in moving guilt out of her magnetic energy field. Guilt is not in its right place on Earth anymore, and yet the barest recognition, my stomach just went, the barest recognition of this brings up feelings of guilt in all those who have not yet understood why they have guilt, what their guilt is, or what is involved in moving guilt back. Hold on. It is movement in your terror that you are feeling. Your terror that you must make a place for guilt or you are not loving. Some things that have been on Earth for a long time, even from the very beginning, must go now. The guilt in this area, my sandwich is burning. Oh, it's good. The guilt in this area, among other things, that is unloving to take this position, and therefore the ones who take this position are the ones who deserve to go. Let me read that again. Some things that have been on Earth for a long time, even from the very beginning, must go now. The guilt in this area says, among other things, that it is unloving to take this position, and therefore the ones who take this position are the ones who deserve to go. Try thinking of it this way. I am a great ball of light. My light streams forth in all directions and flows into any space that is open to receive it. Within my light, there are many places which are not open to receive my light. If these places were free, they would move out to the edge of my light, like so many bubbles rising in water until they pop into the atmosphere. Guilt would not mind moving away from me until it could float peacefully where there is no more pressure from my light moving it back. It moves on to start talking about will. Into the survival chakra. This is going to be an interesting book. I'm sorry that these are the chapters. The table of contents, it doesn't really have chapters. It says, the reflection lost will has to give. The early days with the angels, deflecting the focus by pinning blame. Oh, like blaming the cabal or whatever. More light is not necessarily better. I allow myself to see the gap. The fallen angels. Reality is there. Reality is there is little time left. Is this about the culling? Original cause, Lucifer, the unseen role of denial, understandings needed about going to Earth, the Ranaloka's journey to Earth. Is that a tribe? Like of peoples? The Ranaloka tribe. Sounds like one. Journey to Earth. In all of the time on Earth, no progress has been made. It's true. We have not progressed very far. We think we have, but we haven't. Not consciously, anyway, on the inside of us. We may have on the outside technological advances and whatever, but okay. The will fears its own desires. Opening space, the will manifests the gap. The Ronalokas had already gapped before they left me. Body will let you know how you need to move. I withdraw. Heart tries to warn me that he cannot stay manifest. I don't know what this is. Another look at the angels, giving the angels what they need. I don't know. It talks about creation. I'm going to have to read it and let you know. It was believed at the time of the rainbow spirit's emergence that if we allowed ourselves to have the fight we wanted to have in red, there would be nothing left of us or creation. Are they talking about the red and the blue? There was an immense amount of emotion denied here, so immense and intense that it amounted to hating, blaming, rage, that the plan for manifesting creation was not going right. So I found this, and I think it's pretty interesting to just find this random book. It has nothing to do, again, with spells. It has no spells in it, I checked. And the person who had it before me, whoever it belonged to, has used a pencil and highlighted some areas in the book. Like this part here on 185. Fear and anger must come together within the individual before it is going to be able to come together outwardly among the people who have polarized themselves towards one side or the other. That's incredible. I can't believe I found something like that. Okay, I got my sandwich. I got some chips. Look, this is my sandwich. See? Oh. Yum. And I didn't burn it. It's cooked good. Yeah. It came through a wall. Oh, okay, ball of light. Those are spirits. Those little balls of light, doesn't matter. They can be very small, they can change, or they can be actually quite large. But those are from the spirit realm. Mm. Nom, nom, nom. That's good. Oh, I'm so happy to be hungry finally. I actually want to eat it. I found something else too. I found the book. Thank you. I found the book and then I found this other thing. Look at So this, I don't even know like when the date of this is. 1990. It's quite old. But look, I know some people don't like this kind of stuff, but I don't necessarily use these, but I didn't want to leave it down there and just, it's a tarot thing. And it's a big box. See, you open it. And I mean, it comes with this cool book. And it's not even used. Like, it's brand new. Not used. Comes the book. Explaining like all the tarot cards and everything like that. Ooh. Well, that is nice. Hello. Okay. So yeah, it comes with this book. Yeah, I picked up some old rare tarot cards at a local auction for $1 and sold them on Etsy for $175. Good job, JB. Really good job. Yeah, I have some really old decks too that are rare. Hello, Matthias. Nice to see you, Matthias. Sorry. Nice to see you. And then, so yeah, it comes with that. And then it comes with the tarot deck itself. See? They're brand new. Brand spanking new. Opened it to the priestess. See how shiny they are? Brand spanking new. Never used. You can tell. They don't even have any fingerprints on them. So yeah. So I felt that was like kind of like my Easter gift, I guess, from God. Because I found this cool book and I was really, I recognized the symbol, right? Like these are the two masculine and feminine triangles, the two opposing forces as one. That's what that star creates. And that's two hearts joined together. One going up, one going down. That's also the opposing forces symbolically. So that should be really cool. Yeah, and then this is the universal weight tarot. Like I used to have this one. This is the same one that was stolen from me by that girl, Jessica. Same, but it doesn't, I like these because they're purple. The other ones were like a blue color with stars on them. I still have one card of it left. It was actually, I think, that card that I just showed you, that one like this from that deck, because I'd taken it out before she had stolen it. So the divine really did return what was taken. Isn't that cool? That was stolen from me years and years ago. I was probably like 23 or 24. And now they've been returned. So I thought that was really cool that I got some presents. And it's purple and green, which is the colors that I'm wearing today, if you did not notice that. Woo! Green, purple, and green. Oh, I spilled some chips. I got some barbecue chips. So, how are you guys all doing? It's 3 degrees outside here, but it's raining. I didn't go to Tim Hortons. I brought this with me. I saved my cup and I made a tea at home. And then I brought it with me on my walk so that I wouldn't get cold. When I was in a lower vibration, not last night, but the night before, I had a dream just for a few minutes, like really short. And there was a person, but they were only disguised as a person. It was like a creature disguised as a person. And it growled at me. And that's the only reason why I knew that. And it had a really deep in the chest growl too. Fuck. But then it scared me and I woke myself up. So you definitely can be more detectable if you're in a lower vibration by those things. The dimensional beings. I tried to learn how to play the guitar, Mike, but I couldn't get it. Did I ever show you guys my little guitar? You're going to laugh at me. I know it's a child's guitar. Oh. And it's very out of tune. These strings are so old that I'm afraid to touch them because they're at the point where they might snap and take out one of my eyeballs. But this is my little baby guitar. I tried to teach myself how to play. I tried. I put little things. But alas, I failed. It's like show and tell. You guys remember my every bunny welcome sign? It says, look, every bunny welcome. And it's so pretty, and I bought it to do a cute little Easter live stream. See? Every bunny welcome. Oh. Oh. We got that. I showed you that before, but... And then look, these are my bunnies. Bunny! Boop, boop. Aren't they cute? They're boyfriend and girlfriend bunny. Thanks. I got those at the dollar store. Yeah, Mike, that's what they are. Yeah. Formless entities. Well, they can take on a form. They can shapeshift in whatever they like, but I don't actually know. They may just be of, like how they call the Jinn, a smokeless fire, which would be technically energy. So, like burning in and of itself without needing anything to burn off of exactly. That's what they call the Jinn. So I would assume it's something like that within the spiritual realms. Now, when we talk about astral means stars and planets. So when Elena Denan talks about going to Neptune or whatever in astral travel, this is where she's not going anywhere in her physical body. She's traveling spiritually. I'm not an expert at all that. So, but it's not necessarily astral state. It would be the spirit body. I think people are confused. Even I was, and I may not have it exactly right. But astral travel is more about going within your inner universe that reflects upon the outer universe, your own personal experience and perception, how you see it or are experiencing it yourself. So, but what you're saying is basically the same thing. It's just the wording is, because even me, I would read that before and I'd be like, what do they mean, astral state or whatever? It confused me for a long time too. I think that maybe even people think that you're projecting yourself, like walking out of your body and just shooting up towards the sky out of earth, you know what I mean, and looking down like this, but that's not how it is. This may be how it reflects, like how some people will say, well, I went outside the earth and I saw it round. Claudio Nocelli would say, well, I went outside and I saw the ice wall and what lies beyond, right? So it just depends on what information you've obtained, your life experiences, observations. This really is individualized. So it's not necessarily going to be the same for two people. Out of body experience. Yeah. Again, OBE, an out of body experience, I feels more like your spirit ejecting itself almost during, like, when you go to sleep. Say if you get knocked unconscious, some people are like, holy shit, I'm unconscious, there's my body. Kind of ending up in the same state. So this is how I see that. Beats in it works different, inducing. Yeah, I've heard that you might be able to induce that. I don't have a lot of experience with it, I don't think. But it's good because I haven't been experiencing those negative type of entities, especially it's been in my awareness. So this is a good thing. Clearly I wasn't doing so well. So it's almost like you give off a smell. Even though you don't stink, they can pick it up through energy, frequency, and vibration, almost like a smell. Or I'm seeing a drop of blood in the water with a shark. Mm. A lot of the times, that's what people perceive me as, I think. Prey. An animal thrashing at the top of the water, and the shark's like, ooh, that's an easy meal. You know what I mean? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it can be really dangerous, Mike. Like, it says it was like that. I was out and laying in my body, like how I said, like, holy shit, I'm unconscious. Like, you look at yourself. Yeah. This happens sometimes in my dreams. There's a dream about that I wrote in my book where I'm standing in the room and I watched myself get out of bed. And that's bizarre. Really bizarre. And sometimes, even when you first leave your body, if you look back, you'll immediately go in. So some people won't look at themselves in the bed. And I've had that too. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think what makes it dangerous is a lack of experience and knowledge in what to do. I mean, everybody starts off somewhere. We all start off at level 1 or whatever, like a video game. And we attain our experiences and skill points based upon what we've experienced and how we deal with those things. I don't know. I didn't read, like, I mean, I have all these books and all this stuff, but there wasn't like an exact list that I just figured it out as I went, really. And I'm just trying my best as I go, you know? But I didn't, like, those entities don't scare me in that kind of way. Of course, like I said, it scared me. I woke myself up. But I've taken them on more than once. So it's not like this keeps me up at night or I'm worried about that. I didn't expect it to make that noise. It was kind of just walking past me. And as like, well, not walking, they move like this because you're thinking walk. You don't actually walk. You don't have legs. Even if you have changed your form, you don't have a physical form. So you're thinking yourself forward. This is why you can think fly or blah, blah, blah. Even if you manifest wings, you don't even need them. What the fuck? Oh, right, about the entities. So it was kind of going beside me this way, you know, kind of went across this way as I'm looking at it. But as we made eye contact, it growled at me. Yeah. Big, stocky looking fella, too. Short, kind of like not blonde, like darker blonde, but not quite brown. Big, stocky fella on top. I can't remember what the color of the shirt was. It just went by. But yeah. I read they can attach to you, the traveler. Well, they can follow you, if that's what you mean, yeah. The only way, like I said, is to keep, like, and I have to remind myself this, sometimes it's just inevitable, it happens, don't be too hard on yourself, but when you do keep in a state of high vibration, positive thoughts, I don't know how it happens, it just does. Well, shadow people are around the same type of thing, Trev. Yeah. They're beings that are outside of our dimension. That's all. So your eyes just don't have the light spectrum ability to see them. That's why they look black. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're evil, like dark entity like that. It's just that you can't see what they look like. So they're like blacked out, almost like censored, you know, because we don't have the ability to see them. They're out of our light spectrum vision. That's why with the dimensions, it goes along with the light spectrum. You'll notice that. And so what it is that the fourth dimension can see into the third where we are, but we cannot see up. You can only see down, like as if we see 1 and 2 dimensions and we were in the third dimension, but we cannot look up and see the fourth. In the fifth dimension can see the fourth, but the fourth cannot see the fifth. The sixth dimension can see the fifth. You see what I'm saying? But 5 cannot see 6. You can only see down. Yeah, this would be what the Monroe Institute would deal with. I don't know much about them, but they would be doing studies like this. Well, along with the attachment, I don't know if, I mean, your free will in a way where you have chosen, I suppose, to be in that vibration. If that's what you mean by giving them like permission to create an attachment like that in the grand scheme of things. Because you're almost advertising, like I said, like injured animal in the water flashing and splashing. You're going to attract sharks. Yeah, there's lots of people that have the ability to feel what's going on in the unseen realm. Has reality changes affected you in any way? You mean like the Mandela effect stuff? Because like I don't really pay attention to that anymore. I went through a stage where I was, and I, with the Berenstein Bears or whatever that stuff is, I just don't notice. I'm so off of social media or anything like that. I'm out of touch in that way. So, I mean, if this is what you're talking about, reality changes with like the Mandela effect, I don't know. I don't know. It's been pretty difficult for me these last couple months. And I've been observing things for a long time to try to figure out what's going on. We're going to move into the fatal flaw now. And this worked out quite well. I guess I was in denial about quite a bit. Especially when it comes to some of the people that I was following. I explained this before, how I always would go to, it must be something that I'm doing wrong. I must be the wrongdoer. There must be a problem with me. And I'm not placing the blame game here. There's something that, excuse me, I've tried to talk about it before. The problem with the fatal flaw is that a lot of people have no idea what it really is. I right now only have some idea of what mine is. Yeah, Mike, you do have to stop being afraid of them. Once the fear subsides and you know that there's nothing to be afraid of because you're just as strong or stronger than them, it does change things. It does change the game quite a bit, and they are less likely. They'll still try sometimes, but you won't have it as often. It'll be less and less because less of them will want to try you. You know what I mean? Oops. Okay. A lot of the times you'll find this in the archetypes with Carl Jung. This doesn't apply to everybody. Different people, you can have all of the archetypes, right? But different people will feel likened to different archetypes. I'm not saying this applies to everyone. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Joseph Campbell talks about this in The Hero with 1,000 Faces. Also. Well, self-destruction is part of it. I'm trying to find... Oh, bugger. Okay, a fatal flaw is a significant weakness or error in a person or system that ultimately leads to failure or downfall. In literature, it often refers to a character trait that causes a hero's demise, such as excessive pride or poor judgment. For example, okay, if we're looking at other individuals, I'm going to get to me. But as I observed, remember how I talked about in the video with beware the bearers of false gifts and broken promises. I talked about this, or it was in the Dark Alliance video. Sorry. where David Wilcock always struggled a little bit with ego. We all do. Oh boy, I have to address that. About the whole, okay, so, shit, I'm going too far and too much. Slow down, please, 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 please. I've been holding some things back for a while, so it's all trying to come out at once. I've made videos about this. I talked about the lower aspects of self, or the lower doppelganger, making itself seem as though it is this higher aspect of self, and then it's getting David Wilcock to go online and tell everybody that he's taking a bath in his own piss. These beings are quite tricky, and they will mess with you. They're quite smart. They know all the same stuff. So it's like this, it's a mind fuck, really. What I'm getting at, this is difficult for me, is this may be his fatal flaw. One of it. But it's such a complicated thing. I don't know. You can say, oh, well, when you see a person, oh, their fatal flaw is this, or their fatal flaw is that. But it's more complicated than that. I wish I could find what I was looking for the other day. Well, like Achilles. That's what they call it, Achilles' heel. I was reading about this. He didn't think there was a problem, and his pride held him back from going to battle. Then somebody who was close to him took up the cause and went into battle and gets killed. And that's what sends him. Wasn't it his younger brother in the movie Troy? Do you guys remember this? And then remember, what's his name? Orlando Bloom's character shoots him right in the heel because he gets emotional. He gets all messed up. Do you guys remember this? Do you remember Achilles from Troy? That was his pride that led to his tragic downfall and demise. That was his end. You can find it in literature, but it also reflects in real life. Not everybody is a hero like Achilles. Like I said, we're all heroic in different ways. Like I said, my superpower now in this life is my mind, my heart, my soul, and my consciousness, who I am today, and how I use this vessel to express it, right? That's my superpower today. I'm not sure. I think it's part of it. Where did I write down about this? I wrote it down so that I wouldn't forget. Did I save it on the desktop? No, of course I didn't. Damn it. It has to do... No, I did. I talked about this. Where did I put that? Was it in the pinned comment on my little post there? Let me see. Sorry. Let me see. Okay, that was that one there. Yeah, so it talks about a flaw within the program. Say if I was a computer, it's almost like a virus, I guess, like a detrimental virus to the program, which is the CPTSD. But then there's also this fact where, so it's not only that kind of flaw, like a program error almost because of that. But I've also felt like because of this almost lifelong isolation, whether it be motivated by the CPTSD, yeah, I always think I'm saying that wrong. But also, I feel like my whole life, I've always felt like no one's cared about me. But what if it's trying to show me 100% self-reliance? I'm just trying to focus here. That's why I'm kind of making a circle on my hand. 100% self-reliance. Like, I don't know. And so I've been trying to make it work and work it out. But like I said, I don't know how I'm going to complete this without companions, you know. Even in stories that we read, most people that are on some type of journey, they usually have companions with them at one point or another. So a lot of it has to do with, you know, well, I mean, you can tell me that all day long, right? You're loved, you're this and you're that. But, and I don't mean to insult people. I need people to understand that it just doesn't, it doesn't do anything. Like, I know you're all here for me right now, and it's a very fucked up, complicated thing for me. For me, because I've never had this in person. I've never been cared for. I've never had healthy relationships, you know. It just and then again, I'm not sure if it's also my belief system upon that. I try not to tell myself, like, I mean, clearly it hasn't happened. I've gone all this time without anyone. So it's not like being like I'm sitting around telling myself I can't do this without someone, or, you know, or I can't do this without my husband, or blah, 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 blah. There's nothing like that. This is why it's so hard, and why this is the thing that will defeat most people. It's because they don't exactly know what it is. They'll even say, oh, you know, they'll think, but it's so much more complicated than that. That's why it's able to defeat you. I have absolutely no desire whatsoever to be like these elites peoples. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about rich and famous. I don't give a fuck if anybody remembers me when I'm gone. I don't care about immortality in this fucking place. I don't care if my books fucking disintegrate and fly off into the atmosphere. I don't give a shit. I just like, I have no desire for any of that. Like, I understand that we have this system of control and division called money. It's not that I dislike money. It's not that I have a negative attitude. It's just that I know where it came from. The Federal Reserve created this. They created this system of control. And I feel like everyone's just given in. And, oh, it's all right to be just like them. Oh, well, we'll be rich and successful and da-da-da-da-da. I'll have this, I'll have that. But I've been saying this for ages. Who really gets rich off of all this? Even if you have a successful, and I know I'm a bit of a hypocrite, here I am on YouTube. That's why I've been trying to switch my stuff over to Rumble, but I still don't know what to do. So you're making YouTube rich. Even if you make a little piece of the pie, it's like they're giving you this illusion that you're getting a piece of the pie. Like, going back to David Wilcock, he literally thinks he's going to be like one of the first superheroes. He'll be the leader. This is a serious thing that he's gotten himself into. And it's affected a lot of other people. That's why it's, relevant to talk about for me. Not only has it affected me, but affected a lot of other individuals. I think they tell people that money is energy exchange, but I disagree. I mean, I'm grateful for the help, every little bit of it that I've ever gotten from anyone who's kindly donated to me. But then there's been some donations when they come through, I'm like, oh, fuck, why do I feel so ill? I realize I've gotten money and also 50 fucking messages of craziness, of all that energy directed at me. So I'm just seeing some things here that are giving off a lot of warning. And I know I can't save them. I can't stop them. But I wonder, like I tried to warn Corey Good years ago that he had some type of interference with the Anunnaki, Anshar, what the fuck ever. It sounded, now he's saying that he's been made to lie by the Acrons, which is what I fucking warned him about. None of these people listened and he's still after that money. I don't know if it's a good idea to be like these elites. I think they would be like, oh, we're going to make everybody else like us so they can't say, oh, you're like this. No, motherfucker, you're just like us, they'll say. Do you see what I'm saying? There's a trap there. That love and that wanting to be successful. The fucking higher civilizations, why would they care how much money you have? Why would they care how much money you have? I understand about knowing your value and your worth. I saw Defending Your Life. I saw that movie. And she's like, it's not about the money. It's if you deserve the money. I know. To me, I'm the richest person in the world from what I've attained with wisdom and knowledge and experience. I'm not saying that I wouldn't enjoy a better life or to eat better or to actually maybe I'll have a chef to cook me healthy meals, but I'd settle for a loving husband. This gives me stress. I'll be right back. And you know what? Some people think, oh, she's just talking like that because she's never had the opportunity. I was filthy, stinking rich when I lived in California. That's how I got so fat, because I could go out to eat 3 times a day, every single day, and go shopping whenever I wanted, go traveling, do whatever I wanted. I needed and wanted for nothing. I know what it's like to be rich. Just one sec. It's raining out, Mark. Okay. Because I'm going to tell you something. I know for a fact the one thing these evil bastards, they would like the most is to drag everybody else straight to hell with them. You know what I mean? So what I was saying about being rich, I've had money. Maybe I don't have that now, but I still had that experience. See what I'm saying? It didn't make me any happier. It didn't solve any of my problems. Okay. Also, when I was young, I have a video to prove it. Like in my Trailer Park Boys and stuff, I was going to be on TV and all of that. Again, I explained before that I had a need to get validation and love from outside sources. Okay. I explained this already. It had to do with a lack of self-love, a lack of self-esteem, my rough childhood, blah, 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 blah. And because I wanted to see myself as a live action superhero, because I knew at that time, I was like, well, there's no real possible way that I could be a superhero, right? So, I mean, this was when I was young and had all those past life memories, and I really wanted it to come to life somehow, okay? When I started to get into that, they were always telling me, you've got that star quality. What the hell does that even mean? Has anybody ever really thought about what that means? They tell this to celebrities all the time. They've got that star quality. And this has to do with your energy, sun, solar resonance. This literally has to do with your soul. This is why they choose the people in Hollywood that they do. Your aura, well, your energy, really. It's what you give off. It's your soul's essence. They can tell, old, powerful souls. This is why I recognized some of these celebrities, and I was a little bit confused when I was younger because I thought I had reincarnated here with a group of them, okay? It has to do with the Atlantean age. Anyway, so with this star quality thing, they were always telling me that, although I was saved because of my mental illness and my anxiety, okay? I would have never been able to get through it. Or, I mean, I had sweat stains, huge, like big round ones, okay? And like raining from my face. It wasn't good, okay? And that's what saved me from that. But also because I took it hard. So when they told me that I had this and this and this, but what was holding me back was my lack of confidence and my anxiety and stuff like that, right? I took it hard. Now I'm grateful for the fact. But this was always tried to be offered to me when I was younger. And I'm not showing off or nothing. Sometimes it makes me sad because I think like, well, if I had a different life but there's always an exchange, okay? How many of those celebrities do you see are happy? How many of those elite ruling class type rich assholes are happy? How many of them have happy marriages? Do you see? Of course they want you to be just like them so that you can get to the top and everybody knows who you are and you can't go outside like Justin Bieber and go to the fucking grocery store without being harassed and getting your picture taken 10 million times. They want this. And in exchange, it drains the energy. They get to use these people for their energy and the light that they can draw people in, right? Like the sun. That's why they do this. So what I'm saying is that all these people that are jumping on the bandwagon, like, I know being famous sucks. I don't know why anybody would want it. It's horrible. And I've heard people that are kind of internet YouTube famous being like, every time I go outside, I feel like people are staring at me. Yeah. It is horrible being famous. It does. And people think it's like this great thing. It's awful. I'm telling you, it is awful. I told that story before of when I was in that Del Taco. And it was downtown LA. Josh and I had just gone off of the shows and stuff. It was about 2:30 in the morning. He had played a show. We always all went out to go get something to eat afterwards. And we ended up at Del Taco. It was just around the corner from the Sunset Strip. And there's a Denny's attached to it. And inside, when we were in line, there was me, and then there was a couple, and then there was Josh Hartnett and Scarlett Johansson. I didn't know who really Scarlett Johansson was at the time. She only had, I think, one movie out. This was in 2008. I think 2000 or 2006. Shit, I can't remember. But anyway, 2007, between 2006 and 2008, whenever Scarlett Johansson and Josh Hartnett were together, okay? fuck. So when we were there, I looked up and Josh Hartnett is very tall, extremely tall. And I noticed him right away. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it erupted in there like a fucking jungle. Like people yelling, screaming, arms, phones going everywhere. It was the most craziest. I mean, what happened is it triggered my CPTSD. Yes, it did. And I started screaming at people. I told them, you're acting like fools. You're acting like animals. You're embarrassing yourselves. I said, do these people look like they want their pictures taken? Do they look like they're on the red carpet? They're here for something to eat like the rest of us. I lost it when I saw a cell phone that was literally, you could have seen into her ear canal. I had enough. I couldn't handle it anymore. It was like I could feel their uncomfortableness. And the two of them, he stood there with his head down, with his hands in his pockets, and she stood there hanging on to him like this, looking down. Okay? Does that look like two people? No. No. And it was probably one of the worst experiences I've ever had in my whole fucking life. I didn't know if we were going to get hurt. I didn't know if they were going to start swinging hands, hitting. You do not know what they're going to do. And that's the scariest part. Even though if they seem like fans, it's the energy of it, you guys, and it's terrifying. And that's what they have to go through. A lot of people say, oh, well, that's what they signed up for. No, a lot of them did just want to be artists. That's why Josh Hartnett is no longer in the eye. He doesn't really do much. You know what I mean? As far as I was aware, he disappeared for a while. Look at Shia LaBeouf. He's gone. Some of them learn their lessons and they get real bad. What happened to that fella is he learned out the real truth about Hollywood. Shia LaBeouf. That's why he was in New York with a bag on his head that says, I'm sorry. And he walked around with it saying, I'm not famous anymore. Because they literally told him, if you tell anybody, you're not going to be famous anymore. So he's like, oh, it literally drove that guy crazy. The Transformers fella, Shia LaBeouf. He's no longer in Hollywood. He left. And this is why. Guys, they relish in the fact that they will dangle the truth, basically spit in your face. That's why people like Mel Gibson, you think he's some type of truther. Fuck, he's not. They're all in on it. Cat Williams in on it. It's one secret society or cabal taking over for another one. The lesser of both evils, but they're both fucking evil. It's awful. That's the thing with Mel Gibson. There's nothing about his movies. They're all in on that. You think like what? He just slips through all the slimy slime balls of Hollywood? Come on. He is a creep. Mel Gibson's a creep. That's right, Time Watch. Mel definitely has an eerie vibe to him. Yes, they all are. Yes. You guys, I know it's so hard to believe, but they're actors. They'll let you believe whatever you want. Or whatever they want you to, rather. No, he's not. He's part of the same. Okay, even if it's this cabal, he's part of a new cabal. They want to be on top. We're the smartest. We're the best. Look at us. Now we're telling all these truths, but they're still going to have you here. If they don't have you here, they cannot be up here and be a celebrity and be on top. Look at me. I'm a leader. You guys, it's the same illusion over and over again. Over and over. And then, so what they're doing now is they're squeezing us with their greed, putting the prices up, inflation, all this stuff. And it goes down the line. People can't afford to survive, so then they have to get on YouTube. So they need to go and search for videos. They come to my channel, rip off my channel. Oh, watch, we'll see the fatal flaw now on these Gnosis channels or knowledge channels or what the fuck ever. Watch. And it's because they don't have anything. They're desperate for views and monetization. This is what occurs. And you can see it happen. But they've designed it this way. But like I said, now you've got the sponsors, you get the money. It's all, oh, look what we'll give you. Look what we'll give you. Look what we'll give you. It's a fucking illusion. And so many people fell for it. The money and all of that, thinking that it's an energy exchange, or what's the other thing? That you manifested it in some way. Do you know who was talking about manifestation back in the day? Oprah. The Secret is an extremely dangerous book written by a wacko lady. Yeah, but a lot of people don't know that. Just like that Teal Swan. She's a wacko. I need another bowl. My heart's not pounding or anything, you guys, but this is a crisis. And you cannot save them. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know this. And you can't bring anybody with you. I know this, and we're going to get to that, because Mount Meru, in the dimensional aspect of things, okay, hold on. If I forget, remember, Mount Meru is you. If I forget, Mount Meru is you. Hold on. Ooh, you coming inside, Mark? It's cold out there. Good girl. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I gotta come back. The information flow does not stop, even if I do. All right, so I remember Mount Meru was you, but remember how I talked about this before, about selling your soul? Selling your soul. One of the things, before I forget this, one of the things that has held me back from writing about my inner universe is because I don't want those custodian fuckers to know anything about it. If they don't know anything about it, they can't get in. I've given only a small amount of detail so far, but that has been the one reason that's held me back about doing something similar as to what Elena Danaan and Claudio Nocelli did, about talking about your inner universe as a reflection of the outer, the micro to the macro. If you haven't watched my video on Claudio Nocelli, you should. And that was not meant to harm him in any way, okay? It wasn't something that I realized after that it may have some negative effects, but it definitely wasn't intended so. Okay. So, hi, Drumans. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Okay, right. Please go more into depth. No wands or witches can enter. Yes. The magicians need the key. They read about all this is why they make movies off of it, because they can harvest the energy, right? I'm losing it. No, come back. Mount Meru is you. The chase of the money. Come on. Come on. Your inner dimension. So if you watch that, basically, if you see the picture, Claudio has his, I got that picture of him. He only took a picture of one side of his face. That was from Facebook. I did some investigating. So he only has this one side of his face. The other is of the book, his book with this eye on it, with his little map. That's his inner universe. Okay. I explained this. So what I was saying with mine is if I didn't write about it, then they wouldn't be able to get in. No one can climb the mountain for you. No one can climb this mountain. This is a symbolic representation. You see the ice wall here that contains us. This is a symbolic representation of our world, dimensionally too. These are the higher realms, the lower realms, and you have to go down to go back up. You see, oops, down to go up. Okay, but Mount Meru is us. This is the mountain we must climb to get here. I heard this and it really rang to me and it stayed with me. The road to heaven feels like hell, and the road to hell feels like heaven. This is why a lot of these people get on this, oh my God, I've manifested this and then the universe is supporting me. And, you know, but what if it's not? What if it's not that? What if it's these elites that set this up? Do you understand? This is why I've always had this kind of, it's not because I didn't think I was good enough. I felt danger there. There's a video by William Donahue that's called Run from Them. This is who he means. You see, sometimes in hell, when they depict hell, you'll see a bunch of people climbing up the side of a mountain and climbing all up over each other. And sometimes they're in business suits. The climb and the chase for money. You'll see this in depictions of hell. This is what I'm talking about. I know a lot of people, it's a concept. This is a dimensional thing. But what if it has karmic consequences? And they're trying to make it seem like it doesn't? The rat race, yes. And it still is. It doesn't matter if you think you're a truther on YouTube. If you've got 1 million subscribers and your monetization is creating a shit ton of revenue for the people at the top of the pyramid, who are you helping? It doesn't matter if you're telling stories about the Illuminati or the fucking reptilians or the goddamn Brotherhood of the Snake, any secret society, it doesn't fucking matter. You're still supporting them. And whether it's the old cabal that's being kicked out and a new one replaced in, they're just going to set themselves on top. I understand to a degree. Because this is extremely difficult. Surviving here is very hard. A lot of people don't like to go hungry. A lot of people don't like to go without, but I do. I eat the way I do because this is the only thing I can afford, you know. It's definitely not easy, but I'm telling you, in the end of the Initiates of the Flame, holy crap, it's cold. I gotta close this window. Ooh. Oh my God. It's so damp out. It's really damp. It just goes right to my bones. Ooh. What's that paper? Oh, okay. At the end of this book, which is what most of these people, initiate people, have read, it's this. You see how the money symbol is upside down? That is the Black Grail. The Black Grail. The money symbol's upside down. This is the white one. The Holy Grail with the flame. The Black Grail. Prosperity at others' expense. Selfishness. Shortcuts. Mastered by appetite and comfort. Like being rich on a yacht or being able to fly whenever you want to. All this stuff. Live the life. Have your martinis. Do you understand? These represent the opposing forces. The white grail is this: service, self-sacrifice, purification, love, and study. How many people have actually read these books that I've been suggesting? How many people have actually gone into my playlists and watched them? They don't want to do the work. And this is how people are getting taken advantage of. Because these people that think that they're smarter than you and that have gotten to this knowledge, okay, this ancient wisdom that has been passed down, retranslated, okay, these people are not the first people to translate this. It's been retranslated and passed down. Almost like in a new way. And it's still, that's why they say there's nothing new about the new age. It comes from an old age. Now it's just been so distorted and fucked up. Oh, these are the covers. This is The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. This is an encyclopedia. Okay, listen, this is what it says. This key to the world's esoteric traditions unlocks some of the most fascinating and closely held secrets of myth, religion, and philosophy. Unrivaled in its beauty and completeness, it distills ancient and modern teachings of nearly 600 experts, compiling themes range from the riddle of the Sphinx and the tenets of the Pythagorean astronomy to the symbolism of the pentagram, the significance of the Ark of the Covenant, and the design of the American flag. Acclaimed by Publishers Weekly as a classic reference, dizzying in its breadth, whatever that means, this remarkable resource was compiled by the founder of the Philosophical Research Society. Author Manly P. Hall examines the secrets of Isis along with arcane aspects of mystic Christianity and other religions. Fascinating surveys cover topics as diverse as Kabbalah, alchemy, cryptology, and tarot, along with masonry, gemology, and the identity of William Shakespeare. 13 pages of plates and more than 100 black and white images by the celebrated illustrator J. Augustus Knapp illuminate the vast and indispensable encyclopedia of the occult. And that's the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun because the sun has been here through all the ages. It actually has a part in here called the sun as a solar deity and solar colors in here. I read from this book on my channel many times. Shakespeare, how was he involved? Because he was in a secret society, hon. They all were. All the people that did math and science, they were all initiates. And they're all part of these societies. All of them. I don't know why, but they felt the need to be part of these little high school clique groups to sit around and pretend that they were better than everybody else and smarter. At one time, they had to hide because they were highly persecuted. Now it's just purely out of greed and selfishness and arrogance. You know, they don't need to hide anymore. They do it because it keeps them in power. I could have taken a different route and prospered at the expense of others, but I chose not to. It was the wrong thing to do, and I knew that. There had been so much of that, and I knew that do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And so I was looking for me, basically, and I couldn't find it. That's what I was always looking for. That's what it means to say, you are the one you were always looking for. Indeed. Because I couldn't find, like the Skull and Bones, there's tons of them. Tons of them. Tons of secret societies. If you go over my Telegram channel, I have about a handful of them there. Okay? It's probably under the stuff with Elon Musk because he's one of them and so is his mama. Okay? There's a lot of them. Almost all of them. Go watch the documentary that I posted. It's the expose on Freemasonry with Altian Childs. It's called the world's oldest secret religion. Altian Childs covers them all of them, all the people in politics, the celebrities. It's pretty crazy, and it usually has to do with the covering of one eye. So usually the left eye is visible, and that's what makes me concerned about Claudio's picture of his one eye, which is the only on the left. Okay? You can see that in my video about him. It's just one side of his face, and he never shows his eyes, and that's because they are the window to the soul. He probably doesn't want people to read him. Too late. So it's pretty bad. And this is what's been driving me crazy because I can see this. They kill observers all the time for this reason, so that we cannot tell you these things because it ruins the game for everybody. Some people like to be followers and fans. There are some people that, and I'm sorry, like fourth wall, there may not be an ice wall. Okay, hun? And I don't know how long you've believed in the ice wall, but I don't want you sitting there for 30 years thinking there's an ice wall when there may not be. Okay? We had a little bit of talk about this the other day, but I would seriously look into the video that I posted on Claudio. Okay? A closer look at the work of Claudio Nocelli. Okay? Watch that. Look into the stuff that's mentioned, especially about the Vedic cosmology and all of that. This is totally symbolic. This is the ice wall, but this is the barrier between life and death, about this world and the next. This is not an actual ice wall. And this symbolically represents you as a person between the higher and the lower realms and the cosmic forces of ice and fire. These are the greater cosmic opposing forces of ice and fire that play out on Middle Earth, where you are at. See, it says, look, you got to go down. Whoops, sorry, I can't see. To go up. See how the snake's there? That's the symbol of wisdom that leads you to the higher planes of existence. This is totally symbolic. But with study, you can learn how to decipher these things. And eventually, you will see stuff and your brain will translate it for you automatically. Because that's what happens to me now. Okay? Let's see if we can do another one. I am in no way any kind of secret society, Mason, or anything like that. I've never been affiliated or associated with that. Even though I like Manly P. Hall, Helena Blavatsky, and Rudolph Steiner. I do. And I don't know, even though there was this plan put into place a long time ago, I really don't think that a lot of these people would agree with how things have gone, especially now. I don't know. Oh, that's an old superstition. Never smile for a picture as your soul will get sucked out. That's an old superstition. Yeah, it's not, he doesn't need evidence. That's actually a superstition, CJ. Yeah, it's almost like when you sneeze, the devil's trying to steal your soul out of your nose. You never heard that one? That's why they say bless you. The pilgrims didn't know, so they used to think that there was, the devil trying to steal, go up your nose and steal, so you're sneezing it back out. You never heard of that? Yeah, he's laughing. Good. Yeah, these things, yeah, these were real things we used to think. Yes. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. You sneeze, they used to think the devil was coming up to try to steal your soul out of your nose. So we had some wild ideas, Really, it's just dust or allergens or something. It's not the devil. But yeah, how will their power evolve in the age? Well, see, now they're even getting people to worship AI. You don't notice that? There's a bunch of people now going to Chat GPT, asking it all the questions and secrets of the universe, like it knows that. No one thinks that's weird. I definitely do. I don't listen to that shit. I haven't. Someone's like, why don't you go on Chat GPT? Why the fuck would I when I have the connection to the collective consciousness and source? What the fuck do I need that for? And I mean, that's the thing. This is artificial. What your intuition and source is supposed to be. They're replacing it completely. So people never figure out what's going on if they lose their connection. Right? Right. And that's the thing. What do you mean you'll never believe what man says? Are you talking about the Bible? Honey, the Bible was created by them, like all religions were. I'm going to suggest to you again to read The Gods of Eden by William Bromley. Well, I know the truth for me. For me. And that's what I'm getting at. All of this stuff is so individualized. Like I was saying previously, some people are going to see the earth as a globe. Some are going to see it flat. It's all going to be different. You decide what it is for you. That's why it's called universe. You can spend all day trying to convince somebody else, but the truth of it is it's not going to be the same for them. All of our journeys are that individualized. I know this seems wild. Your afterlife is what you create it to be. Basically, your inner world becomes your outer world. But it doesn't happen in this life like they try to tell you it will. It's illogical. If so many people are trying to manifest the same thing, how can they all have what they want? It doesn't make any sense. If Corey Good wants to be alien ambassador, and Elena Danaan wants to be the #1 alien ambassador, and David Wilcock wants to be #1 alien ambassador, well, which one is it going to be? They're going to fight each other for it? How is the manifestation going to work then? Do you see the logic in it? It's just like this episode of Black Mirror that I watched the other night. I watched the whole new season. And there was an episode where this girl figured out a quantum computer that she could change reality just by speaking it. And the #1 thing she did, she was Empress of the Universe. What does the new girl do? Empress of the Universe. You could be everything. It still doesn't make you any happier. It didn't change anything. In fact, it gave them more problems. So if these people are manifesting this, it doesn't matter how big, it doesn't matter how many people jump on to your creation train. It cannot come to be. There's too many conflicting manifestations. It doesn't matter how many. This is why, like, I noticed Claudio posted a funny picture that he made where it's like Drake, where Drake's like, and then, that one? Well, it's like people can't accept his concept of how he perceives the universe, but they can accept life being found 125 million light years away or whatever. But this is the thing. For me, at first with the whole extraterrestrial topic, it felt comfortable and safer for them to be really, really far away. Again, this is all about people's mentality, their ability to be able to handle the fact that we're not alone. So the fact to hear that they're that far away, it eases the fear of them being able to get us based upon all of the stuff that's been pushed out through TVs, movies, disinformation, and whatever else, okay? Like the evil aliens are invading. So, in order to do this, they have to give it first. This is, I mean, in my own experience, this is how it went for me. At first, I was like, well, it's good, they're quite far away. And then you start to think about all the differences between the civilizations and how these differences could be. Again, this is mental training because there's so many different outcomes and so many different peoples that the possibilities are endless of what you can encounter. But with this mental training, it helps. So they're far away and it feels more comfortable. And like I said, you start to think about your differences. And because of the fact they're so far away from Earth, will they understand us? Will we understand them? Language barriers, culture differences, all of these things that you think about and how you would deal with that. But then, as you're learning about this, you'll hear things in the whole alien UFO community, like they're just like us, or they're our cousins, or they used to be just like us at one time. You'll hear these things, and it starts making them seem a little bit more familiar. The idea becomes easier to accept. Eventually, you start to get comfortable with the idea that there are civilizations and other peoples elsewhere out there. What it comes down to is that once you start to feel as though we are a galactic family, some people will get stuck on this. They'll get stuck with the whole starseed thing, and they'll think they're an Andromedan and all of this nonsense. And so there are a lot of traps along the way. But you will start to see about our similarities rather than our differences. Our strengths rather than our struggles. It works itself out over time. For some, it's not going to work like this for everybody. What happened with me when I found Claudio's work? It's not going to do the same thing for you, necessarily. Am I making sense to you? Again, CJ. So you'll also hear them being from a future timeline, or that they are us. These are just ways to get people to feel more comfortable. Yeah. Yeah, see? Humans can only leave Earth at death unless God allows it. Again, remember, God is a man-made concept, right? The Bible type of God and all of that, totally man-made. The Creator is not this way, but that is the way. We are here for a reason. And I feel like a lot of people can't accept that. And it's not necessarily that you're a prisoner and that you've done something wrong as punishment or penance of some way of fulfilling a karmic debt or whatever. This isn't always necessarily the case. I believe that for some people, this place can be heaven. For some, it can be hell. It just depends. But I think a lot of people have a very difficult time, one, with that, of being here, And 2, I'm not wrong. I guarantee you I'm not wrong. I know that the Bible was a man-made creation. It doesn't come, that isn't the God. God is of love. Okay? God doesn't punish like that. Not like this. Not in the way you think. So what I was saying was, fucking hell. And a lot of people can't accept death. And they don't want to die. In my case, it has to do with that I felt like I haven't really lived yet. This is what holds me in thinking like it would suck to die now when I haven't even been able to be held in the arms of somebody I love and love back, loves me and loves me back. You know what I mean? So, but I do understand that most people, and I think what frightens people and what holds them back and keeps this fear is that they don't know what comes after. So what I found is regardless of anything, it doesn't matter what I said about if you want to be religious, blah, 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 it doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't. The most important thing is the worship or gratitude giving to your creator, right? But these are the most important things you need to do. Hands down, answer these 3 questions. Who are you? Where are you? And where are you going? For me, I know who I am. I know where I am. I've explained this to you, how I feel about the earth, okay? And where I'm going is to the UFOs and all that shit after. I don't need to explain it all to you, but this is where I will become a superhero. And join these people out there. You see what I'm saying? That will be my heaven. That's my afterlife, right? I know that. That's where I'm going. You see? Well, I mean, you can make fun, but these are very serious. Those 3 questions, deeply and truly, who are you? Doesn't matter about anybody else or what they think and say. Who are you? Where are you? And where are you going? Yes. You know who I learned that off of? Santos Bonacci. And he's 100% right. The man drinks his own piss, but he's 100% right. Yep, nobody's perfect, but he's right. That's your key. It may not, I can't guarantee you that this is going to be like your ticket out and you never come back. But it's your best fucking shot. Yeah. I don't recognize conservative liberalism. I don't know where you've come from, but we have lots of hobbies here. And if you're just taking the piss, as they say in England, or you're having a troll, you need to leave. Or you should definitely maybe try and read a fucking book. But we have lots of hobbies here. What's ew? Oh, about the... Hold on. See, everyone, conservative liberalism is a prime example of why we're being cold. And I'm sorry to have to tell you that. There are some people that will just never try, and they'll never awaken, and you can't help them. These are what the resets are for. Unfortunately, right now, we are being observed by a higher civilization. They might be running out of members, I don't know. But there is an opportunity to be chosen for greater and better things in this life. And it solely depends on you. Like I said, you are Mount Meru. You have to climb this mountain on your own. No one can climb it for you. You must go up by yourself. Oh, about Santos. Yeah, there's some people, CJ, There's some people that believe in what's called urine therapy or something, okay? And it is not for me, all right? Most of us would only ever drink our own urine if we were trapped in a cave for a week and we had nothing else. That is for survival. It has something to do with them thinking that they're reabsorbing the minerals and all of that lost. Okay, you can look into it. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I've made jokes about that before where I've said, if I ever went over and visited Santos and he asked me if I wanted a drink, I'd say, yes, some tea, but no urine, thank you. You know what I mean? He's got it in big jars, like he's brewing it like wine. Okay? He knows he is. This is not a secret. So, okay? He's very, 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 very intelligent, though. Just, we're all just a tad bit weird. You don't have to agree with it all, but yeah. The calling is the reset. I don't think it's going to be deferred or deterred. Nothing can stop what's coming. That's what that means. They all know this. Whenever you hear nothing can stop what's coming, that's what they mean. And they will take advantage of it and ride the wave until the very last day and make as much money on it until the end, I suppose. Hey, Mew. It's good to see. I haven't seen you in ages. How you doing? Hey, Lacey. It's good to see you, friend. How are you? But yeah, I have never seen an ice wall, fourth wall. So I can't tell you if it's really there or not. I can't. But from my studying, it certainly seems as if that is symbolic, okay? And I would love to be proven wrong. That'd be great. It is the most logical answer, okay? It is the ice wall thing. It is. It makes the most sense, for pretty much everything. I mean, does anybody ever think about how would they come 125 million light years away and then reach Earth, then crash? Nobody's ever thought that was strange. There's just little things, you see. I know. So that's all I'm trying. I'm trying to get people to open their minds to not get stuck on something, so they don't get stuck, and so that you can keep progressing forward with the mental training. Like I said, it's all about the ability to adapt, to change. These spiritual realms change based upon thoughts and feelings. So even if you wanted to enter somebody else's universe, so to speak, you'd have to be able to adapt to it and know the rules and the laws of that system or cell. Honey Admiral Byrd was a Freemason. He's a Mason. How can you trust anything they say? Play on words, all of this stuff. He's a Mason. There may be other places. I don't know. But with all the tomfoolery, deception, games, lies, play on words, spiritual education, you just can't be sure anymore. You can't be sure. And that's the problem. There's too many of them. The Masonic cults. And I mean, there's so many. The list is incredible. There's even astral travel cult or fucking secret societies, you guys. Astral travel. There's tons of them. And they're all sworn to secrecy in a way. They can't go and tell you. Like, who the fuck? It says in Claudio's books, in the Land of Mars, we were given the opportunity to bring this information. Who gave you the opportunity? Who? An owl. Who? Who gave you the opportunity? I know, that's the problem. Discerning the truth has become almost impossible. The only way out is in. You cannot find it externally. I didn't. That's why I always use my experiences to explain certain things about how I know. I know that I know nothing, but this is the best I fucking got. And it's helped me to a degree, and I'm hoping it'll help others make sense. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and I'm seriously sorry. If there's an ice wall and I'm wrong, then I'm so sorry. And I apologize to Claudio and everybody else. I don't have that much pride to say that I could be wrong. But the fact is, well, the thing about it, back in the day, they would tell people, this is what I thought, they would tell people, if you go that way too far, you'll fall right off the earth, okay? Because I thought they were trying to contain resources, okay? They wanted to keep the resources for themselves. So if they told people that they went in this direction, they'll fall off the earth, it keeps them away from it, right? These resources. Now, the thing of it is if they keep you focused at the stars, you're not going to look for something here if you're always looking out there. We can't get to outer space individually. It's impossible. None of us have a rocket, okay? Technically, we could get to the ice wall. Especially if you knew where the openings were. The thing about it is that Antarctica is fucking huge. It's huge. It takes up the whole bottom of the planet. Okay, it's huge. So, you would need to go from one end of it to the other. And they've made it virtually impossible. The thing about Antarctica is that it makes absolutely no sense that the rest of the planet, they'd be like, I was going to do the middle finger, but we're not going to. F you, environment, to the rest of the planet, but we'll just keep Antarctica. But fuck the rest of the planet. Fuck the Amazon. Fuck the ocean. Fuck the air. But we'll protect Antarctica. Why? Fuck the animals and the humans, but we're going to protect Antarctica. Fuck the rainforest every day, but protect Antarctica. Isn't that weird? Nobody think that's weird? Conservatism, we deal with trolls differently and uniquely here. Sometimes we allow you to stay. Are you being serious right now because you think it's very cold? Listen, when the calling arrives and you're sitting there wondering why this is happening to you, remember my voice in this conversation right now. You are the reason why that is happening to you, boy. All right, I'm on my way back. I'm okay. I wasn't annoyed. I'm all right. Okay. Okay. Well, that's the thing, right? The lands beyond. I brought my book over because I have some pictures in here to show you, which I used as examples. So this is what we're talking about here, okay? They used to call Antarctica the Antarctic Circle, okay? That is a thing. There's been many maps like this over time. And one of the earliest ones is this one. Okay? Now, if we're thinking about lands that have kind of, when something is spinning, these lands, as they're all spinning, they would be pulled out geographically. This is how this would work. So if this is all, if we're spinning, eventually it would take a really long time, but it would bring these lands out further and further. Or if what we're looking at over here, because I'm going to explain to you something. Do you know what a torus field is? A torus field looks like a donut, okay? And what it does is it's moving this way, okay? But it's a donut and it's moving this way. And so what's happening is if that is how the system moves, then the lands would be drawn outward, energetically. This is how this field is set up. So I can't explain it. I'm just trying my best here, okay? It is a giant cup of tea. Now you'll see it symbolically. And I'm not trying to, my book is not for sale. Not anymore anyway. You'll see it symbolically represented in the rings of Atlantis. But remember, Atlantis was the Atlantean age. And you'll see that over here in the ages that has to do with Vedic cosmology, which really looks like the exact same thing of the rings. So it represents what I just showed you. Are you kidding me? Where are you? Oh, here. That. The thing of it is that it's such, but I don't know, the way that this network works with these ruling class elites, it's just bizarre to me, though. Why would this highly advanced, unless, why would they want to meet people like the fucking royals? You know what I mean? These gross people. What is this? And that's why it suggests like there's these custodian level above. How is it fucking possible like the Empire took over? You know what I mean? Like Darth Vader and the fucking Empire. That's what it sounds like, you know? And we're the last remaining Jedi. Oh, shit. So, I don't know. Like I said, it's one of the only things, if when you go over the extraterrestrial stuff with the ancient civilizations, these like the Hyperboreans, the Lemurians, the Atlanteans, all of this different stuff. I mean, it doesn't make sense that they came from a fucking planet 125 million light years away. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't, you know? So there's so many discrepancies, like disinformation, all that. You just have to go in it and decide what it is for you. That's it. You know? The thing is that if they do reset us, that's in 2030. That means there's only 5 years left. That's it. People have 5 years to get on this train. Or, like it's been said, like they're saying, if your vibration isn't a certain thing or blah, 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 there's a cutoff point. You hear this no matter where you go, whether it's New Earth stuff, Solar Flash, Judgment Day, blah, 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 culling, blah, blah, whatever, reset, whatever. In Claudio's books, it talks about resets. And these are end of civilization times. This has happened before us. I mean, people aren't going to believe it until it's at your doorstep, and then it's too late. It's too late. And I'm not trying to spread fear or scare anybody. It's just a very real reality we may be facing. And like I was saying, at all costs, they will want to drag as many down with them because there's no way they will ever change. The thing is, though, I've always had this weird feeling like, because in all my studies it said there's a polarity flip. Even in Zoroastrianism, which is one of the oldest religions, it says in Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest organized faiths, based on the teachings of Iranian prophet Zoroastrianism, it is a dualistic cosmology of good and evil within the framework of, which predicts the ultimate conquest of evil by good. Like it says, good always triumphs, and all of that. You see this with the return of Christ. The Christos. They represent it as Jesus, but the Christ manifested in many avatars. And I wonder if there is, because I've been trying to warn this. Like I said, I warned Corey Good. I warned David Wilcock. I warned Elena Danaan. At least now Corey Good has admitted. I was glad. You're calling them, it's esoteric. That goes back with the Sophia, with the Acrons. But it doesn't matter what you call them. They represent the same thing. Anunnaki, Anshar, Akron. What the fuck is the difference? They like these change on names. Then you never figure out who they are. Spear being alliance. That has to do with the multiverse and the spheres. I didn't even finish my sandwich. I wonder if the whole thing is a test for these darker entities too, that have made the decision to prosper at the expense of others. What do they think is going to happen to them? They really think, evil thinks that it's right and good and the way. It doesn't know it is. Evil doesn't walk around going, oh, I'm evil and I just love it. No, it thinks it's good. It thinks it's right. I just heard my cell phone. Oh, I don't know where. Oh, it's in the kitchen. It's charging. So, well, actually, it's most likely that the person called Jesus Christ never existed. That name, it's not real. That's a made-up thing. Jesus Christ is actually symbolism and allegory for the Claustrum's oil. I've said that multiple times on this channel. Yeah. It's not that somebody like him didn't exist, but that is just a story, a creation. It actually represents something else. Jesus and Mary actually represent the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. Yeah. Or did I say Joseph and Mary? The parents of Jesus. The resurrection is the 3 days the oil stays at the bottom of the spine, which would be like, if that's the lower realms and the crown of the skull is the higher realms, well, the base of the spine is the lower realms in darkness. That's the 3 days of darkness, because it stays there for 3 days. This is why I've been telling people to watch the Claustrum oil playlist. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you worried about my eternal soul? Why? Explain yourself, and I will explain it back to you, how you are incorrect. Everybody does have an immortal soul, and that's why it's so important what you do here, because it depends on what happens to you after, what your afterlife's going to be like. Some of the lower realms, like, you will have UFOs and stuff, but if you watch the Vedic cosmology on the dimensions, especially the lower dimensions, I have talked about this over and over. It's on my Telegram. It's in my playlists. Vedic cosmology, lower dimensions, which is the lower planets or lower planes of existence. It talks about they have UFOs and they've got technology, but they haven't really developed that much in the heart. That's why they're down there. And this has to do with inner earth. Inner earth is the lower dimensions, okay? Inner earth would be underground, lower dimensions. So anybody talking about inner earth, lower dimensions. It doesn't necessarily mean evil and bad. In fact, like, level 1 of the lower dimensions really isn't that bad. I mean, there's a lot of sexual promiscuity and stuff like that, but they live very lavish lives and they have everything they ever want and they fly around in spaceships and shit. You just have to read about it. I mean, Vedic cosmology goes back a really long time, and they have dates that are like this long in numbers. So, like, yes, you don't want to go home. Honey, the Bible's not real. There's no real heaven the way they describe it. Like, my heaven is what I'm telling you it would be. With these people, with the Federation, whatever you want to call it, the higher spiritual dimension, whatever you want to call it, with the UFOs and the blah, 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 and all that. That's for me. That's my heaven, okay? And so if everyone gets exactly what they want, then, I mean, I don't think we're hearing the same thing. you know, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're in a trap. The Bible's not real. The Bible is written down by human beings like you and I. I mean, if you want to say the Bible's real, then this lady also channeled. This book is just as sacred and real as the Bible. The Bible proves the realness of Jesus Christ, like Spider-Man, the comic book, proves the realness of Spider-Man. I'm not trying to disrespect you here. I'm just speaking facts. Yeah. So, like, right. But I'm glad to do my own research. And it's great. You know what I mean? Yeah. Do your own research. Like I said, you can only find this going from within. Hearing me tell you this is great and good. But to prove it to yourself is what is needed and what will give you the best feeling in all the world, like winning the fucking lottery. And I've said this before. Yes. Who are you? Where are you? Where you're going? That is my heaven, where I'm going. So, like, it has nothing to do. That is my eternity. This is where I will have my immortality in my soul, right? It comes to a point in our spiritual conscious development where you don't have to be reincarnated anymore. It talks about this in initiation. Initiation was wiped from the internet. They don't want people to know about it. Too bad, fuckers, because I copied it and put it in my fucking book. They deleted it. So it doesn't even exist anymore. I have where it came from and everything, but it's not stealing. It's not. I put my sources, but I have it right here. And I also have the other version that was there. Oh yeah, initiation has been deleted off of the internet. And here it is right here in my book. Oh, initiation. Your initiation is happening now. And it is. It's here. And I have it all here. It says initiation 0, which is why they call the zombie zeros in Resident Evil. The vast majority of humanity lies on the probationary path below the first initiation. That's the majority of humanity. The first initiation is birth into your spiritual life. So, but this has been wiped from the internet because they don't want people to know this, but it's at level 4. Level 4, you do not need to come back. Helena Blavatsky reached level 4. Okay? I believe Jesus Christ also reached a level where you don't have to come back. Technically, the story of Jesus Christ, but there's a lot of characters mentioned. Now, even if Jesus is real, okay, and he shows up on that day, Jesus would not be mad at me for that. Jesus is unconditional love. Jesus would pop around the corner and go, surprise! You know, that's what Jesus would do. Okay. So it's not that I'm a non-believer. It's not that, like, I don't love Jesus or don't know Jesus, because I do. I know the power of divine unconditional love and compassion. Okay. I know Jesus, but you have to understand that once you realize about the Bible, what they took out of the Bible, you'll figure it out. Just, it's okay. And he wouldn't even be mad. It's okay. So whatever way is your decision and choice. I mean, he is the way, the truth, and the life, but you just have to really figure out what that means. Jesus also believed in reincarnation, but they took that out. We don't know if this is the name. That's the debate. There's Yeshua, there's Isa, there's Jesus. Everyone had a different name for him. Sanada, I think he was called somewhere else. So it's almost like it's the Christ of all different names. It could have been Krishna. It could have been whoever. See what I'm saying? I'm not worried about deathbed salvation. I am saved. Do you understand? I am saved. Technically, Jesus saved me. The Christ saved me. But I saved myself with the power of unconditional love. Okay? That's what saves you. Jesus can't save you, but he can teach you how to save yourself. Yeah. So, well, in the Christ, yes, because the Christ is the most powerful. You know what I'm saying? You got to remember the churches and all that stuff, okay? They're totally 100% corrupt, and they have been since the beginning. That's why they set themselves up that way. So, I mean, we can debate it all day. I don't really have the energy, but if you look into the Claustrum's oil, you'll see. And they did this. It's a story that represents the Claustrum's oil. You know, the return, they're waiting for the return of their son, and da-da-da-da. Just people don't want to do the work, so this is why they keep getting taken advantage of. And anybody who tries to tell them, they will turn them away as blasphemous or evil or crazy or wrong or trying to lead them down a wrong path. But it's because they haven't done the work themselves. But this is what I was saying, how Mount Meru represents us as a person, like you as an individual, and you climb that mountain within the self. Yeah, who are you? Where are you? Where are you going? Those are the three most important questions to answer for yourself, right? For yourself. So if it does apply to you, because I can see how, you know, Jesus has been a guardian, a teacher, a father figure, a best friend, all of these things. And I said this before, and I've said this in my book, but it doesn't matter if he returns, and it doesn't matter if he's technically real or not. I still have a belief. But regardless of whether he comes back or whether he was a character or not, it is the moral of the story that counts in the end. And regardless, my heart says what it needs to say, and that's what will be read in the end. I'm not worried about my salvation whatsoever. So, well, 13 dimensions. Well, with string theory, it says there's 10. So I don't know. I don't have all of the answers. Like I said, it really is individualized, and what matters is how you answer those things for you. At this point, I don't know what else to say. I can't like write down what I did with instruction, and that would be cheating anyway. I mean, what I'm doing now is risky. The only reason why it's allowed is because there's been so much nonsense. There had to have been at least one. You see, that's why I get away with it. But you know, they can't touch me. They would have killed me already. So well, the 13 thing has to do with the 12 zodiac and you being the 13th. If you watch the video with Claudio Nocelli and the micro and the macro, so even the poles of the earth, your North Pole is here at the top of your head, and the South Pole is at your feet. So, as again, Mount Meru is you, but it also represents the earth itself, and these are the planes around. I know it takes a lot more studying than I have. I'm not an expert, so I'm not able to teach it as some people can. This is why I refer to other teachers that have the ability to articulate it in a way to others in that teaching sense. So yeah, the zodiac is the 12th, and the 13th is you. Yeah, it shows, and there's rings in that video I made of the Nos Confunded. It will show you about that, about the macro and the micro. So micro is the man, human body. This is the micro, mini universe, inner, and it reflects outer. So even like the zodiacs and shit have different, like I think Leo might be the heart or the liver. I fucking can't remember. But we all have different organs and body parts, but it also reflects outwardly. So the planets with the zodiac signs, they're all inside of us too, with different organs and shit. Yeah, that's what the micro is to the macro. That's why I put that video with Nos Confunden in that video. Well, I clearly have the Holy Spirit. Does it frighten you that like I talk this way or something because it discombobulates your beliefs, fourth wall? because I do have the Holy Spirit. How can you not see my passionate righteousness and my holy soul? You can't feel it? No? Nah. A lot of people can't. And it's not that I'm claiming to be something that I'm not. It may not look like what people expect. But it is what it is. You see, I may not be perfect, but I've gotten this far. I've done this work. And I'm confident. I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody else. I don't have to do this. I do this because I truly care about other people. I'd like at least a little bit of this to be fixed because it's a mess. And I don't even think that the people that have been the leaders of this, like David Wilcock, realize how much danger that they're in. You know what? I've been told most of my life that I have a nice voice, that I'd be good for radio, and that I'd also be good for reading books on tape. I have a really cool reading voice. You'll hear it sometimes when I read. I'll put on my reading voice. Yeah, thank you. It's okay. It's not necessarily that, you know. You shouldn't be worried at all. Dude, we don't need to have, you can have all the religion you want. You can have it all to yourself if you want. Okay, hon? But you don't need to worry about me. Jesus doesn't. We've walked hand in hand, foot in foot. You haven't read my book. I know you haven't. One, because it's not for sale yet. But also, no one has read the story of what I wrote in the Elysium. You don't know. Even that's why I'm not re-releasing my book, because there's people that are nosy as hell about me now. And I don't want them to know. Not yet. There'll be a time for that, you know? But yeah, I mean, this is extremely hard for me to be here all by myself and have to live this life and struggle through my days like I do. But I do know what comes after, and I look forward to it. Like, I'm not afraid of dying at all. If I dropped over dead this afternoon, I wouldn't care. The only thing that I worry about is Salem and Marvin. I don't want them to be left here alone and given to some owners that don't even clean the litter box or make sure they have a clean home or love, leaves them alone for 2 weeks when they go on vacation. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. No, person, you need to stop talking now, because now you're irritating me. People who don't know me, you want to talk about, oh, if you have pets, you're not lonely. Blah, blah, blah. You do not know me. You don't know my life. This is a very sensitive topic. I was adopted. I've been alone my entire life. Just stop before I boot you, and you won't have the ability to speak anymore. You understand? You will not be able to take part if you do not behave. Oh, okay. Thanks. But anyway, that's the thing. It's true. Like, this life, I want nothing from it. There's nothing here, especially because there is no true love. I'm not going to have that or whatever. So I'm good. I'm not at risk for stamping my own time card early or anything like that. But I'm totally okay with death. I'm not worried about my salvation, and I look forward to it. What comes after, because this place has nothing for me. I figure, I can enjoy the time that I have left, go for a walk, read books, do art, just enjoy existence itself. But other than that, I couldn't be bothered. I couldn't care less. I want nothing from this place. So, I mean, the only thing that I wanted was love, memories, and good times that I never had before. But if that's never going to be that way, then hell, I'd invite death any moment at any time. Other than the fact that I don't want to leave my babies alone, because they don't deserve that, and they love me, right? I've been abandoned so many times too that I don't want to do that to them. So that's really the only real reason. That's it. There's no other reason. It's not, this doesn't keep me, not even money, not fame, not nothing. I couldn't give a fuck. I couldn't be fucked. Wait, I couldn't be bothered. Yeah. It's not about being depressed. It's just that there's nothing here. The struggle of survival, the more they squeeze, I'm not going to change. You know what I mean? So even if they cut my disability off and starve me, I'll just die. But I'm not going to conform, or I'm not going to fold, and I'm definitely not going to sell my soul, and like, because that's the thing, you're giving so much of yourself to people. It doesn't matter how much you hide or try to hide yourself, or how private you pretend to be. You can't, it doesn't matter. Like if no one's ever seen a Nosconfunden video, he turns off the comments all the time, has no interaction with any of the public or fans. This is so also that he doesn't have any accountability. Also that, people can make the assumptions. Well, is it real? Is it not real? You'll see on the posts that do become public, sometimes on Facebook, you'll see this. I've seen this in the past, where, the comments will be left on, and then you'll see people asking questions, but they all go ignored. So, but again, this is just so it can continue going. If he doesn't say anything, then he can't be held accountable for anything, really, right? So, and especially the amount of people that have jumped on that train, it doesn't seem like a good idea. I know there's a lot of people that just will not listen. That's why it says that road is narrow and few will travel it. There are some true things written throughout history, religions, stories, whatever. They still try to tell us to this day. But there are just some people that will never hear it, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, there is a really important thing. I mean, you cannot continue. Like, you'll just get reincarnated, Jay White. Like, if that's your attitude about it, you're just going to be reincarnated back here. And I don't know what the next cycle holds. The golden age doesn't seem like it's any closer. We're still deep, deep, deep in the age of deception. It's lightly coming out. Lightly, but what the things that I've just explained to you are nowhere near coming out, and this will all be common knowledge in the golden age. No one will be able to get away with anything. You just won't be able to. No one will be selling tarot readings or anything. There's people selling spells on Etsy. Yeah, I don't even know if I should be telling people this, because honestly, well, and these witch bitches don't think about who they're helping. You could be helping some fucking crazy ass guy trying to do love spells on me to get him to like him. To get me to like him. You see what I'm saying? How the fuck do you know? They could be telling you some fucking sob story, and I don't even know the guy. You know what I mean? But the witch believes it, takes the money, and does this fucking thing. So this is why I've been reluctant to continue doing this, and I just... No, we're in the Kali Yuga now. The Kali Yuga is the age of deception. Satya Yuga is the age of truth, the golden age. I have videos on that too, and all the information on that too. That's why I made this channel. I really encourage people to utilize it. Well, that's the thing. How can the witches be ethical when they're accepting payment and asking for a spell? They don't know the parameters. Like, think of it this way. Back in the day when I was into the twin flame thing, right? I could have done that. I never did. I swear on my soul, my life, and both my cat's souls in their lives. I never, ever. I do not do this shit because it's not real. Was it the magic? You've seen how it works in the movies. Oh, I love you, Lacey. I love you. How the fuck do you know if it's real? I could have gone to one of these fucking witches, put a spell on that fucking guy. He doesn't love me. He doesn't want me. How wrong is that? That's the ethics of it. The morality. There's no fucking way I'd ever do that, ever. And the fact that they do is just awful. I don't agree with it. I think it's dangerous, it's stupid, it's risky. They think, oh, well, it's not me. That yes, it does. The karma falls on you. Yes, it does. You may not think it does. Oh, but it does. That's why I would never even attempt it, because that's what people are like. Here, look at me drinking it like a fucking Neanderthal. No one else lives here but me. No one comes over. So, and if anybody did, it'd be like, hey, don't drink that. I've been drinking it with my mouth. So it's not about capitalism. Capitalism doesn't even really exist. They just call it that. It's sheer, tremendous, unrelenting greed. It's not capitalism, it's greed. I mean, they take advantage, like I was saying, of what did you delete? I hate it when people delete their messages. Why was your message retract, JB? Shit, now I forgot what I was saying. Capitalism, greed. Whoa, oh, it's ginger ale. It's fucking cheap ginger ale. Because my stomach was hurting, so I got some ginger ale. It's just the same thing. Oh. Yeah, that's the thing. Free will isn't respected. That's the problem. I posted about the Etsy witches because I was fucking just met. Oh. That I can't. And to think like people could just not like me. That's not a reason to cast magic at somebody. You know? Good God. And this is what's out there. Maybe this is the reason why I'm so fucking tired all the time. I don't know. It's far-fetched, but you know. And it's not like I feel like you gotta be in a mentality that like curses and stuff doesn't affect you anyway, but it's just bewildering. So yeah, cheap stuff works. Who cares, right? It's ginger ale. It doesn't taste any different. Hey, fourth wall, please don't make jokes, dude. He even says, oh, has the spell not worked yet? I'm going to get a refund. That's not funny, man. Because there could be some people out there, please, like, this isn't going to work. There's no spell, no amount of money. It wouldn't matter if you were the richest person on the planet. There's nothing you could do to get me to love you unless I just loved you. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing you could do. It doesn't matter if you went and got plastic surgery. It doesn't matter. It's about the soul. And I'm so sorry to make people feel bad, like I'm always rejecting everyone. It's so complicated. I can feel it when I'm a match and a connection with somebody, okay? And I'm really trying not to hurt anybody's feelings. I know you were most likely just joking. But in all seriousness, this is a problem. And I mean, are these women doing this because they need to make an income? Again, no good witch does magic for a just cause for money. No one. In the golden age, no one pays for those types of things. I mean, even this, we wouldn't do love spells or anything, even protection or anything like that. You don't pay for these types of things. You go to the temple for this, and it was based upon donations. So their reasonings don't make sense. I feel guilty having even asked for donations, but I don't know how else to get by if I don't. I don't. And I still to this day, it hits me like work emailed me. I don't work there anymore, but they emailed me the other day about my income tax slip. It got mailed to the wrong address and mailed back to them, so they needed my new address. And like, it bothers me all the time that I lost that job because of my CPTSD. I was making great money. That was the best job I ever had. I was feeling so good about myself. Like, you know, I was finally getting someplace. I finally found a place in life, and fuck, you know. Oh, okay, you are playing. All right, good. Good. Well, I just wasn't sure. Fourth wall. Thank you. I know I kind of thought you may be trying, but as you can see, I'm the tad bit stressed. We're not going to go for too much longer, okay? I do need some red meat. You're right, JB. Like I was saying, because of the way, okay, so I do have a nervous disorder, which would be anorexia nervosa, but it's a nervous disorder. It doesn't have to do with because I think that I'm fat or that I'm counting calories or nothing like that. It's that my appetite shuts off. That's why when I started the stream, I went and I made myself a sandwich because I finally felt hungry. I've been struggling tremendously with my appetite ever since that shit started, 2 weeks ago now? So this is why I get really skinny, and then you guys will see me and be like, oh my God, Lacey, you've lost weight. Well, that's because shit like this. Yeah, so it's like, but when I'm with people or when I'm like this, you see, I ate my food. I didn't eat it because I'm talking so much, but when I'm with people, you'll see me, I'll eat large portions of food. I try to eat as much as possible because I know that I will be coming around a time like this eventually. And I like to have body weight. I can't, JB. I can't. Like, people just say eat, and they think that it fixes it. My stomach turns into a ball. I will literally gag on food. It'll go up and down my throat. It is a nervous system disorder, and it comes from being lonely. It comes from being alone. It comes from feeling like I am just not cared about, not loved, not seen in this world. That's where it comes from. You know what I mean? I have no support in my life, not one single friend. That lady that I had in my life left. I had to tell her, look, I can't talk to you right now. I'll call you when I'm feeling better. I emailed her about it. She cut me off just like that. People do this to me all the time. And they go, and that's fine because she probably thought, oh, good luck finding cigarettes. Bitch, I had them the next day. So if people want to walk away, walk the fuck away. I'm letting them go, and I'm never calling them back into my life. That's it. But that's what people do. I don't like fish. I don't like fish, fourth wall. That's the thing. I do not like seafood. None of it. So I know, and stress will keep you underweight or poverty. Like, even for me to go to the food bank, I have to pay $4 for the bus, get downtown, walk to the food bank, carry the groceries to the thing. A lot of the times that's why I have to get my groceries delivered, because my arms are so skinny now. That like I can't fucking, like I can't fucking carry them that far. I mean, a little bump there, but it's hard for me. And I've been doing this for years and years and years and years and years by myself. I don't have an auntie, not an uncle, not a friend, nobody. So that's where it comes from. And I've explained that, I've been to community centers. I've done the volunteering. I'll be good for a little while, but the stress builds up, even if it's small stresses, even having to make it to work on time every day, it builds up and then kaboom. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Me with the eating thing, we already had the Jesus talk, flat earther. If you missed it, we're not having it again. It's so funny that people think that's just a solution too. Like, it's really unhelpful. And you may think it's kind, but it's not. I needed people, flat earther. human beings. That's how I got this way. Well, I have been looking for a husband, and I've talked about this for a long time on the channel too. I sometimes delete things or whatever, but I've talked about this many times, and I always hoped that love would be my cure and that I would find my husband who would be my best friend and my companion, my confidant, you know, and, it would help me just to lie in the man's arms that I love and who loves me, my husband, that special person, and just be held and hold him back, but just be held. And people don't understand, like, just being held by a family member, an auntie, an uncle, your grandma. I never had these things. I mean, it stopped completely by 17. By anybody. The reason why I'm like this is because I'm alone. This is my fatal flaw, though. I mean, other than the CPTSD and everything like that, I mean, I've believed in myself so much that I truly believe, and I still do, that one day I'm going to be a superhero. Yeah, whether it happens in this life or the next. It's not a matter of belief or lack of self-love or lack of faith in anything. This is what the fatal flaw is. And I have been desperately trying to fix it. Looking for people. I've let go of expectations. I have tried, not needing anybody at all. And I mean, this hasn't been just a couple months, 7 months. This has been like years, at least 7, 8 years now. And that's no boyfriends or nothing like that. Like, I just don't know what to do at this point. I've tried to make connections. I was so lonely. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago now I started this channel. The channel was my last resort because I didn't have anybody else to go to. So now we're 5 years down the line after that. And unfortunately, what happens is that the spiritual community has put out anybody who's in a negative vibration or low vibes. You don't want to catch it like it's some type of illness. So you shun these people. And that's kind of what this book, The Secret, that everyone's so hot about, the law of attraction or whatever, that's what this book pushes. And it's extremely dangerous. And I think it's been damaging a lot of individuals within the spiritual community. It's like any type of negative emotions whatsoever are completely looked down upon and judged and cast out like you're some type of like a disease, like a cancer that you're going to infect everyone. Do you need a passport to go to Canada? I think you do now. When I traveled back in the day, you didn't. I have no fucking clue. You might want to Google it. I haven't traveled in so long. Back in the day, you didn't, but you might now. Oh, JB says, yes, you do. Right, before 9/11, you did not. And that's when I traveled, right? Or wait. No, it was after then. No, even after 9/11, because I traveled in 2005, and all I needed was I needed a passport. I did. You're right. I did. I had to go get my passport. I have one, and that's probably the only reason. Yeah, okay, you're right. Here's the thing. If you have to ask me what type of man I'm looking for, it ain't you. And I'm so fucking sorry. I know that is so damn harsh. I already described this. I wanted somebody like me. I'm not talking about the CPTSD, okay? Because I accidentally manifested that and got myself into a situation. What I was talking about is with the astral travel and, the initiate part of me, all of that, that I want somebody that matches me with that. I want to create magic with somebody, not in that sense, but I'm tired of describing it. I used to sing a lot. I just listen. In a way, this life has broken my heart and broken my wings. When that happened, it's like I lost my singing voice. I've been practicing lately. I used to do singing competitions as well. Like when I was on TV and stuff like that, I was trying to be in the entertainment industry. So, and I do have, or had, hitting the bong for so long probably has not helped with my voice, but I can still sing. Well, it's way more complicated than that, okay? You have to have a mind, body, and soul connection. First of all, it has to vibrate energetically, it has to feel right. I have to be attracted to you, vice versa. It's usually, this is how it goes, okay? So this is kind of why I'm giving up at this point, is because I know I would love to have that, but I'll like with Claudio, okay? I really like him. I know we've never met, but that's the kind of man I was looking for, and the guy doesn't even know I exist. So at this point, do I really want to put somebody through being with me? You know what I mean? I don't even know. If I found it, I would know. But anytime I've ever thought that I found something in anybody, I was wrong. So look, twin flames, I don't even think is a real thing anymore. I used to. In all my studies, like the sun and the moon, the red and the blue, the left and the right, there should be two. There should be a partner. But again, guys, I just don't really know all that much about love between two people, romantic or not. I'm inexperienced. So even if you were a good man, I might not even recognize you. So don't take it to heart. I've had terrible examples of men ever since I was a little girl. I wouldn't know how to recognize one if I saw one. You see? So please don't take it to heart. It's difficult for me, but I know it's difficult for other men because there's lots of them that would love to come and care for me and love me and take care of me. I know. But we wouldn't be happy. I've tried it with others. I stayed in a relationship for years. Like, I can't even remember how long I was with Chris. Sorry, Chris. But he knows anyway. Like, we worked it out in the end, and I was always very honest. I tried to get him to go find somebody else. It was, oh my God. I settled. Oh, he's a nice guy. This will be all right. It doesn't work. And I don't ever want to do to somebody like that again. I can't. It's wrong. He could have been with somebody else, and he still has time. I hope that, the girl that he was with, I hope that I don't check up on him or anything, but I hope he had time to have a baby or whatever, I don't set myself up for failure. And keep your personal comments, because everybody gets jealous of Claudio, to yourself, okay? Because every time I talk about Claudio, I get unsubscribes and dislikes, okay? And I'm tired of them salty ass men. It's complicated. Like I said, I understand. I'm fully self-aware about setting myself up. Like, I have a crush on a guy that doesn't even know that I exist, but at least it makes me somewhat happy. I know. I suppose it's not much different than Elena Denon and Thorhan. I mean, my crush on Claudio helped me write my book. It generated energy, you know? I don't know. He might be weirded out by it, but I think he'd just be flattered. Hopefully. Oh. Well, I usually seem to only be attracted to evil assholes. For real. Like, the twin flame guy turned out to be a complete evil asshole. And I thought that he was my divine partner sent to me from God. Oh. Oh, boy. Okay. Hey. I just want to remind everyone, Santos Bonanchi drinks his own piss. I have a crush on a man that doesn't know I exist. Nobody is perfect. I want some chocolate. I bought this last week. I always have dark chocolate. Always. Always. I don't want peace. I want problems. Always. You ever see that video? It's pretty good. Look up. It's I don't want peace. I want problems. Always. It's a Mortal Kombat remake from Africa, and it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. They've made it, but their thing and like the way that they translate it is so funny. It is so funny. Yeah. I don't want peace. I want problems. Always. That's what he says. Yeah. Oh, fuck. There's something going on energetically. I've been feeling it for days, too. I've been feeling it. I thought I was just going crazy, but maybe it's the energies. I don't know. Maybe I am going crazy. I'm okay with that, too. At least I get there. At least I finally get there. At least I stop going crazy and just get there, for fuck's sake. Okay. At first it stunk. It kind of... nah. It kind of smelled like feet. I can't... No. That ain't my feet. Nah, I was just smelling something weird. I don't have stinky feet. Wait till you step on. Wait, what? Wait till you're on the step of serial numbering all your marbles. Why? So you don't lose them. Good, your wife's blue-eyed, smoking hot. I'm glad. I hope you guys can go over the ice wall together. And I mean that. I'd love to take my man over the ice wall. Hi, Mike. See if I missed some comments here. One thing about ginger ale, though, it has way too much fucking sugar. Way too much sugar. So I don't drink it too much. Hold on. Okay. Hi, Mike. Yeah, it's a little short video. It's called I Don't Want Peace, I Want Problems, Always. That's truffles that smell like feet are made from beef and peas. Scott's fucking around. No, it isn't. He's always full of jokes, this guy. Had a dream. Water it down. I do. I did. Yeah. If you have ice, you can add ice. But, oh, okay. Well, that's all right. It's nice for you to say hi. I'm glad. You always enjoy the show. Well, I do like ice, JB, and I find that the ice waters stuff down. Yeah. This is tea, not coffee, and I made it, like I keep the cup, and I'll reuse the cup for a few times until it's no more good. And then, and I use it like when I go on my walks to bring tea. Yeah, I mean, you reuse them. So I use them a couple of times, and then I recycle them. Yeah. And so, it just like, I find the thermoses that I have always leak, and my Sailor Moon one's too big. So, and then after it's empty, I can stick the cup inside of my little backpack purse. So, yeah, reduce, reuse, recycle. You know what I mean? So I had that on my walk when I went out earlier into the rain. When I started the stream, I talk about that. Well, sure, you can all fly over the ice wall with the proper development of the heart and mind. That's what gets you through the barrier and the force field. That's your key to getting through. It's almost like you have to resonate with that frequency to pass through it. So I know, CJ. I know. That's what I was trying to get across too. I'm pretty exhausted. That was the point of all this, though. They did this to exhaust us so we would never learn our true power about the Christ being within, the Claustrom's oil, that substance within us, about how I was talking about Castle Grayskull. They don't want people to reach that. And so that's why they're exhausting everyone. So that when it comes down to it, like say there was a final battle, we'd all be too tired to fight it. And we'll just be like, give in to whatever it is as long as it's over. Yeah. As long as it's over. We'll, be like, oh, okay, well, this is the Galactic Federation, fine. And we won't really question like who they are as long as it's the aliens and it's over or whatever. That's a huge potential. were happening. Well, yeah. And I mean, of course, like no matter, I mean, I would get a last wind. Even if in that last battle I fell, that's okay. If I die, that's okay. I did my best. I went as far as I could. I don't expect that. But, yeah. And I mean, the place where you prepare for the final battle, right? If it comes down to, some sort of scenario like that, where, say, the custodians show themselves come down and they risk open battle. I mean, we wouldn't stand much of a chance unless some of us turned into superheroes. We wouldn't stand a chance. Not at all. So I don't see how it would work. Like, even the mental battle of it, even if you have people conquer this in their minds about who the custodians are and what they're about, I mean, this higher civilization force, even if we had our own space force, we don't. Do you see where I'm getting at? So maybe it is that these custodians are caretakers of this place, and in the end of this experiment, they take the graduating class, I suppose, and start it all over again. I don't know. Like I said, it's not doom and gloom, but I've never seen anyone so far do anything with the Klaustrom's oil other than prosper at the expense of others and get rich like a ruling class elite. Even the people that are claiming to be these spiritual ambassadors aren't. I mean, for example, Corey Good cheated on his fucking wife. That's just one thing. I mean, there's nothing about these people. It's like they get so far with it and they fuck it with the whole money thing. I don't know. But to be able to stand up against a force like this, like I was saying, you would need superpowers. It doesn't matter how many of us there would be. Me and you just like this. I mean, most of them are telepathic. They could give us all aneurysms and we would be falling down dead. So even mentally, if you defeat them, like there was this person who talked about this plan thing he's got where mentally, you work this out. I mean, it will give you a certain type of peace. Of course, you won't always be feeling like you need to fight anything, which, I don't know. And that's the thing. JB, you have to be prepared for everything. It's not just a physical beat their ass fight. They'll defeat you before you ever get there. They can look inside of you, repeat to you all the things that are going to hurt you the most. You're dealing with things of a spiritual nature. They know us better than we know ourselves. That's the thing. They already defeat you. If they defeat you in the mental realm, you're already beaten. So I do understand, but this is what I'm saying, that a lot of these people, I believe, feel money is an energy exchange. Like I talked about, I don't have the energy to go over it again. I really do not feel so. Well, yeah. I mean, but they have the powers that Professor X had, you know, how he could signal in on people. This is how they fucking found me. They don't need a tracker. They don't need a tag or an implant. They can find you just by your energetic frequency you're giving off. Like all the stars in the sky, some shine differently. They'll pick that up. They don't need a tracker or a nose device. That's the thing. Just like I experienced in that ship that I saw in 2017. They weren't looking at me with their eyes, but they were looking at me. I could feel it. At first I thought it was the ship scanning me like Star Trek. But no, it was the person on the ship. Everything is energy, CJ, but money is a man-made construct of division and control. They control with money. You can't have that unless you have money. This is a system. The Federal Reserve and all of that created money. The elites prosper off of money. It's a made-up thing. I was already talking about how I've seen Defending Your Life. It's not about my worth. I talked about being rich, and I've talked about this already in this live. I can't keep going over it. My throat. Are you asking how to lucid dream, CJ? Yeah. Like I talked about this earlier about money. It's not that like I was saying, it's not that I'm ungrateful. It's not that I'm grateful for every bit that I have. Remember, I'm on a disability pension check. Like, I'm grateful for that I don't have to be homeless, you know? It's not about that. But the unrelenting greed, it cannot be supported. Everyone's needs can be supported, but not their greed. I talked about how if everybody was manifesting to be queen of the universe, well, who gets to be queen of the universe? Oh, telepathy. You can't be taught how to do telepathy. You can't. It's something that you will learn how to do and detect yourself. And it will not work. I mean, thought suggestion. You can literally, I don't know if I should be telling people this. When I received the telepathic communications that I did, even in the lucid dreaming state, this is a spirit thing. It's your energetic body. It can still pick it up. It feels like an energetic text message to the guts, like a gut feeling. You'll feel it in your stomach first. It is a feeling. And then it rises up through you. But it can only be worked. I've never done what I stopped talking about, but I do know that thought manipulation is a thing. You can energetically repeat something and direct it at someone and have them think the same thing. This is a thing, okay? But telepathy is a little different because it's almost like having... was it the phone number that I compared it to? Or no, you'd be... Okay, if you are a cell phone, you would need somebody else who is also a cellular phone. If they don't have the hardware and the experience to have it to work, it's not going to. And this is why a lot of people find themselves unsuccessful with other individuals, even if they say they are telepathic. They may not be telling you the truth. So this is why we'll have some discrepancies with this, or even the fact that it is real and exists. I've only had a little bit of experience with it, but like I was saying, when I had it happen to me with the Asura in that lucid dream, when it said calm mind, calm spirit to me, you could hear it repeating, almost like an echo. So it's almost like they're thinking of this over and over and sending it energetically. to you, which you will feel at first, but the feeling gets translated up until it comes to the mind into words. You won't need to speak them, you'll hear them. And it sounds like your own voice, but it's different, off-pitched. I've talked about this in the experience with the being of unknown origin, okay? Well, it's risky, JB. Like, I stop myself sometimes because I know that people will, not everybody, but some will use these things for not good stuff, to take advantage of others, to prosper at the expense of others, because they can. Sometimes the right thing to do is hard. The wrong thing to do is very easy. And it doesn't matter about the amount of work you have to put into it. That's not what I mean. Oh, fuck. You mentioned earlier about capitalism. One of the things it brought was that people with money will use people and nature to make money. Well, before capitalism, it was a means to facilitate exchange. Bingo. You see what's happening now? You'll see these rich people going around pretending there are yachts on the fucking Instagram, getting more money, getting more sponsors. You guys, I'm telling you, there's something seriously wrong. It makes me think of that old saying, if everyone else jumped off a bridge, would you do it too? One of the things that I learned earlier on, the spirit realm told me this too. Just because you can do something does not mean you should. And that's how I knew that taking what I learned and making some creation, regardless whether to teach people, and I'm sorry, Claudio, I'm sorry, because whenever I say spiritual education, if he ever heard that, he would know I was talking about him, okay? But regardless, for spiritual education or not, I still wouldn't have done it. People have been lied to and fucked around enough. What they need is the actual honest to God truth, just as it is, just as you are. You don't need to say you're a fucking alien ambassador or a secret space program hero or whatever. They don't need that anymore. I don't know if they ever did. I don't know. No, guessing is kind of, but it's not telepathy. Guessing with 99% accuracy is more about experience and observation rather than telepathic ability. And I talked about that before. Even with females, the whole reason why they talk about saving your energy, and I know this is a little bit of but we're all adults here. So the thing about masturbation and sexual activity is that this is where our power is stored within our sacral chakra. So this is why they say to refrain from masturbating and spilling the seed, as to say, or your star seed, or it has to do with the Claustrum's oil. This, especially if you happen to be masturbating and orgasming around the time of the Claustrum's oil ascension from the base of the spine to the crown of the skull during its cycle, you'll fuck up the cycle. And this is what it means to get coal at Christmas. It's also called maybe black kundalini. Not sure. But your energetic center is there. And so because it's so, our society is so sexualized, especially towards the males. It's towards the females too, but mostly towards the males, because they want the men weak. The men are our protectors. The men, like, think about caveman days, okay? The men are very important to society. If they take out the men and make the men weak, even energetically, they're not going to be warriors. They're not going to be champions or fighters. We're going to be docile. So this is why they have sex all the fucking time. All the time. Everywhere you look. Even on YouTube now, there's dirty ASMR. Dirty ASMR. And you know what men are doing to it, listening to it at home. Maybe even the women too, okay? I don't mean to single anybody out. But they've been doing this for a long time. You know, the thing about it is like, as long as you don't climax, okay? I'm sure you all know what edging is. That's just fine. This is part of tantric sexuality, about harnessing your sexual magic, basically. What? You think I don't know what that is? Of course I do. Of course I do. You guys think I'm some kind of prude. I just don't act inappropriately. Of course I know what that is. Hi, Marv. Oh my God, you guys. I forgot to tell you. Today's Salem's birthday. Salem is 6 years old today. And we go to the vet on Wednesday, but it's Salem's birthday today. I totally forgot to tell you that. Thank you. He's in the bedroom sleeping right now. There's Marv. We're drinking like a bohemian. I'm going to explain to you about edging. It's not just for men. Edging means right to the edge before climax. Women can do that too. Hello. Listen, I've been single for like 7 years. You think I don't masturbate? You think I don't know what these things are? Of course I do. Don't be silly. I know all this other stuff. I just don't talk about this because, it's most of the time not appropriate. But today it happens to be, I suppose. Well, that's the thing. Yes, energy management. Yeah. Well, there's the thing, okay? With what I know of Tantra, edging is used in Tantra. Couples will edge together and then stop and build up the energy this way. Now, if you do this and you can manage to calm yourself down, you have built up this energy in a way. You see what I'm saying? Almost like a generator. I know it's a bit weird, but you can, yeah, I know it's part of Qigong. I know it's just a little bit uncomfortable, but thank you for your support. I really appreciate it, Mew. This is so weird for me. Yeah, okay, we're grown-ups. So no, pleasures of the flesh, like, it's not about pleasures of the flesh. Pleasure is natural, okay? When it becomes a sin is when you're doing it with multiple partners or doing it to something that's very degenerate. You know what I mean? When you have some type of lower vibrational weirdo fetish. You see what I'm saying? It's not dirty. Pleasure is a natural thing and it's good for us. Unfortunately, it's been very distorted and pretty much almost destroyed at this point between men and women. But shit, I lost my train of thought. Oh, with the energy manifestation. So when you're sleeping with lots of partners, you're sharing your temple, you're kind of muddying your holy waters with other individuals. This is what it means to get energetic attachments and stuff like this. So, I mean, these types of things, because you are a holy temple, you want to. Is Salem awake? Well, I thought I saw him. You want to save your temple with someone who is also sacred. You see what I'm saying? So here's my problem. In today's society, unfortunately, people have been told things that just aren't true. One, like I said before, I use this as an example. When I was out in Hollywood, people would get ugly ass plastic surgery, okay? And they know they look fucked up. But because they were popular and their ego and pride so high, they'd never admit that. So I witnessed this happen. I remember I was at this place. Okay, I was in a lot of places where, like for instance, Josh had a studio which is called Red Dragon Studios. It was right around the corner from the Sunset Strip. It was literally a 10-minute walk to the Whiskey A Go Go. It was a very cool place. Okay, there was lots of people around. Not trying to show off or anything, but there was a lot of these people that were hoity-toits, rich, in the know, somebody in Hollywood, whatever, and they would have this shit. And I would see people that admired them go up to them like, oh my God, you look so good. Where'd you get your lips done? And then she'd tell them, knowing that she looks like a fucking baboon. You know what I mean? A baboon's ass on her fucking face. And gives this information to this girl, wanting her to get fucked up. You see what I'm saying? But be like, oh my God, it's going to look so good on you, girl. This is my doctor. Oh, you need to give him a call. He will fix you right up. All she wants to do is fuck her up. You see what I'm saying? So we have this out there, and this has been prevalent in our society. So the cheek filler, the fucking lip filler, the BBLs, the goddamn fake tits. I mean, look, I've struggled with my weight, okay? And sometimes I don't have much boobs left. And I felt very self-conscious about it. But I have never been like, I think I'll go get fake tits. No, loving yourself, body positivity is, I'm going to work on this until I can fix it and gain some weight and make myself healthy. You see what I'm saying? But these people be like, oh, well, I felt self-conscious that I had small boobs, so I went and got a boob job. This is not body confidence. This is not self-confidence. This is not self-acceptance nor self-love, okay? Unfortunately, it's been pushed in our society that it is, and it's totally acceptable. And that's a strong, powerful woman. Fuck my life, you know? I'm not jealous. I'm not judging them. I feel sorry for them because half of them look fucking ugly. They fuck themselves up. You look worse than you did before. You look old. That's why everyone looks fucking old. They look older than me. I'll be 40 in August. And they're looking fucking old. These 24-year-old girls look 42. But this is, and I mean, now it's like, oh, get your lip filler dissolved, this and that. And they're just fucking with everybody. Do you know that in Hollywood, they literally sit around, they talk to each other like, I'm going to wear the most ridiculous Oscar the Grouch looking boots and start a trend. But they're just fucking with you. They don't actually wear that. They're just getting the population to wear that. And then they laugh at them. Look what I started. Oh my God, everybody wants to be like me. For real. That's what this is like. So anyway, let's see here. Did I miss something? Yeah, I know. We're almost the same age. And I don't even give a fuck about turning 40. I don't care. Like, I don't feel 40. I don't look 40. I don't care at all. I'm good with my age. I feel young. Yeah, it's my energy. Seriously. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything. It's just that all these things that I see, but the proof's not in the product of these people. Fake teeth, fake hair, fake eyelashes, all this stuff. And then, or you're sitting on the beach and your literal ass is out and you're talking about how fucking spiritual you are. Unless you're in a tribe in the middle of the fucking jungle, they still wouldn't even put their fucking ass on Instagram. I mean, I could try harder. It's not that I don't have pride in myself. I literally got up. I was trying to get ready, do my thing. What are you eating, Merv? Hang on a second. What are you eating off the carpet? Crumbs? Oh, it's a piece of cheese. That's a piece of cheese I gave her earlier that she didn't eat. Okay. No, I didn't see any women come out of a rocket. I mean, like, even though, like, my soul and everything, my mind is tired, my body's still great. You know what I mean? I will admit that, like, I am getting tired from especially my life and all this stuff. And yeah, but other than that, you know, like, I was actually going to get ready yesterday. I was going to put on an Easter outfit, get ready, get all my Easter stuff out. Like I said, with my ready bunnies. Ooh, bunnies. So yeah. And I was going to get cute, you know, put makeup on, do my hair, and then, you know. I get real upset about the whole magic thing because I've never done anything like that to anybody. I don't, like, I might make videos and disagree with people and say the things that I say, but I don't actively want to hurt anybody like that. You know what I mean? And I just don't understand the audacity of these people. They have no idea how hard my struggle was already. And then that shit, that's what set me off yesterday, honestly. So I wasn't like ranting and raving. I was just honestly depressed. Yeah. Well, they are little Moogle bunnies, aren't they? I think they're so cute. And I got this at the dollar store. At the dollar store. And there was a gray one too that I regret not getting. I could have had 3. I know I've got a problem, but I love plushies, especially cute, fluffy little plushies. Oh my God. Well, clearly I like them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, but yeah, they're, there's stuff that you can learn, but they definitely do not make it easy. It shouldn't be. Climbing a mountain shouldn't be easy. Yeah, like a Tamagotchi. I know, because it doesn't have any arms and it just has little feet. Bunny. Bunny. Yeah. Oh, fuck, do I ever love stuffed animals? I think lots of girls do, so it's cool. But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I encourage you to check in. I mean, I tried to cover the fatal flaw. I wasn't really all that prepared. Maybe I'll make a video on it and then use pictures and then like I've done with some of my other things, but I still feel good about this live. You could have had the Holy Bunny Trinity. You're right, Smitty. I could have, and I will forever regret it. But you know what, though? I kind of shouldn't frivolously spend. You know what I mean? Like, I did this. I probably had a little bit of extra money. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. You know what I mean? But buying 2 of these, and then I got this. I don't know if you've seen this, but it says every bunny, welcome. And it's a sign, and it sticks up like it has like a thing, so I could put it on the floor, or you can hang it from the wall. And so, I kind of, and that it made me happy, but like, I have to sacrifice. You know what I mean? This could have been a loaf of bread. It was $5. Okay, so that's $10, $15. See what I'm saying? So what I'll do is I'll buy stuff because it makes me feel happy. This is emotional buying or something. Yeah. So I try not to. And I wasn't lying when I said, like, I found this thing. I didn't buy this. I found it. I always tell the truth. But, I do have a thing with buying stuff that I don't necessarily need. So, it makes me happy, though. Did I need it? Probably not. Oh, I got another bunny, too. I got this one. Oh, so that was like another $1.75. But, see, I wasn't lying. Boing, boing, boing. Look, he's cute. He's a little tie-dye bunny. Oh, I thought he had a little tooth. A little tooth. Yeah, and it does help. Like, it's not like I'm not gonna enjoy it. I had it in my room. My bunnies were in my room. So, Little Tooth, that's my rap name, yeah. That's right. How did you know? You are a psychic. Oh my God. Your 99% guessing is good. But yeah. No, like, even if I were to pass away, I just hope that they go to somebody who really loves them, my stuffed animals, Yeah, I know. Watch out. You's gonna get your banking information. Look out. Know what color underwear you got on and everything. Oh my god. Yeah, you can have them. But the thing is, how would you get them? Because literally, I know, this is sad. There's no one to collect my body, no one to sign for it, no one to collect any of my belongings. So, like, all my stuff's going to go in the garbage because there's no one legally allowed to claim it. Unless, like, the landlord just opens the door and lets people take what they want. But I've already told her I don't want that. So, there's no one to organize a funeral. There's no money for that. So, if I were, the government would just cremate me and I don't know what would happen to me. That's the truth. There'll be no funeral. Even if there was, I don't know if anyone would attend. That's the truth of it. Seriously. So, as much as I'd love to give you my stuffies, yeah, I know all of our stuff will go in the garbage one day, but like, it's just nice even just to be remembered, you know? I was always looking for someone that I could pass down at least my special jewelry to, you know? If I had passed away early, I was always hoping that Jenny's daughters would take it into their family line, you know, and my necklace, you know? But maybe the universe has a plan for who it all goes to. I don't know. But yeah, I know how exhausting it is. It's difficult for me, I'll tell you, and I can definitely empathize and I have compassion for others because I know that I'm not the only one. But that's my only advice. I don't have a magic answer. I said if you can answer those 3 questions for yourself, who are you, where are you, and where are you going? It'll get you further than most ever get, I suppose. Well, we've only got 5 years. Maybe not, I don't know. But in my mind, the way I'm mentally handling it is only 5 more years. And then reset 2030. You see what I'm saying? That's how I'm handling it. Only 5 more years. After that, you guys, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's when all the marbles will be finally gone. I don't know. I hope by then that there'll be somebody in my life so I don't end up in the fucking hospital. If I do go crazy. I'm going to try not to, of course. But you'd love to meet me, eh? I don't know. I haven't been around people so long. I don't know how long I'll be able to tolerate it. Isn't that something? Hopefully, it'll be okay. But listen, that isn't an invitation for anybody to just come looking for me. Don't do that. But I don't know. Who knows what the future holds? I don't know. Yeah, I know. I know. But what are you going to do? You're going to fly over here and just hang out for a week? You know what I mean? That's not going to do much. And I don't mean to be ungrateful or bitchy about it, but for real. Like if it's not somebody, and I'm not saying like you'd have to live here or whatever. To be honest, I secretly hoped that JB would move up here. I know. I didn't even talk to him. It's cheaper than down south, JB. Then I'd have a friend. You know what I mean? But it would have to be somebody that's around. You know what I mean? Like, it's great that people want to come and visit me, but in the long run, would that benefit me? You know? I don't know. So it's weird, you know? Sorry, I don't mean to be weird about it, JB. Where'd you go? You're making me uncomfortable. Say something. Well, I mean, like, I'm not opposed to, like... See, this is what makes things difficult. Because I know you've tried to talk to me on Telegram, and I have still, yet to this day, to read your messages. You know why? Because I can't handle the energy of anybody else. And I feel selfish about it, but it's honestly not a selfish thing. I can't handle it. What a complicated thing, eh? I'm sorry. It's not like if we could teleport, I'd totally hang out with people. You know what I mean? I would. It's not that I don't like you. Sometimes I feel like I'm just at the maximum. You know? I take on other people's problems, their energy, their feelings, and sometimes it's just, and I know I have to work on that for me. It's not like that all the time, but, oh, shit. I wish I could teleport off this planet. Yeah, me too. Well, at least you said something, JB. Did you not hear what I said? Never mind. I wasn't exactly asking anyway, but it has to be someone who lives nearby. It can't be like, and it doesn't guarantee that it'll be like this amazing soul connection. This is a task. Fuck. I know partially my loneliness is self-inflicted. I know. As I chug my ginger ale like it's booze. I got 99 problems, but alcohol is not one of them. Thank God. Okay, let's see here. You meet them at the park. How do you realistically find one if you don't take action? Find one what? Like a friend or a soulmate? What do you mean? Well, I have so much in the past that maybe I'm a little afraid to do so now. 3 degrees. Yeah, it's 5 degrees now. Well, it is risky to meet people on the internet, right? But what I could set up is kind of like a meet and greet kind of place where I could meet people in like a chat setting, almost like a group chat. We could all talk together as well in this kind of a thing. But I could also get to know people in person, like looking at them this way. No, I really have tried, Smitty. I have. There are certain things, like when it comes to a man, there are certain things that I'm looking for, okay? People even leave an this makes me look so fucking crazy. I don't care. People even leave an energetic signature when they type. I don't know. I don't know. You're right. I have tried a lot in the past, though. I've gone on a lot of dates. I mean, after one meal, you're like, this is not going to work, you know. Well, crazy about I don't know. Like I said, I always, it's not like I have these expectations that people can't meet. It's not about that. Like I said, it's the way it feels. People think, oh, you just want to chat or whatever. Listen, and no one I've liked, I don't know if even people think Claudio is a Chad, but like, I don't consider these people to be like a Chad. The definition of that, they're attractive to me, handsome as heck to me. And I think that's what it is. Like, I fall in love with who's inside first, not with what's outside. The outside becomes beautiful to me. Because that guy who I thought was my twin flame, nobody thought he was hot. People were literally, the girl I was with looked at me and went, him? I went, yes, him, bitch. But I was kind of happy because I was like, good, at least you won't want to fuck my man. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Looks back at me, him? Like I had fucking 4 heads. Like there was something wrong with me. He ain't ugly. It's rude. Anyway. So do you like stuff? Oh, yeah, I know. I think you've said this to me before, JB, that you wouldn't know what to talk to me about. Because our interests are so different, huh? I know. I don't have any fucking ice. I seriously don't have any ice. I don't. I can't fit the ice cube tray in the fucking freezer. If I just took the stuff out of the boxes and like organized it better, you know what? I realized that some of my problems are my own fault. I can take responsibility for them. I'm my own reason why I don't have any ice. There is things we could talk about, but like the spirituality and stuff, wasn't it that? Pretty sure it was that. I don't know. I feel bad because like it's not that I'm saying that none of you are in any ways a good choice or that I shouldn't give any of you a chance. Or like I fucking hate making people feel like that. It's difficult for me too, and I can't even tell you how many guys I've gone on dates with. I can't even remember. Did I tell you about the last date I went on? I don't think I did. I told you the guy was rude, but I didn't tell you all of it. This was so insulting. This guy, he didn't even take me nowhere or anything. He didn't spend $1, like not even a dime. So I don't know what he was fucking expecting. I looked nice. I put on one of my nice dresses. I put on a little makeup. You know, one of my nice summer dresses. And I could tell right from the moment, like he told me, he's like, well, later on, because I was like, how come you looked at me that way when I first saw you? And he goes, well, I was actually expecting you to dress up for me. I'm like, oh, yeah, oh, gets better. Pretend this is booze. It gets better. Then he goes, why don't, he asked me, well, why don't you have many friends? You know, why I've just explained this to you. He goes, oh, well, maybe if you wore designer clothes and more makeup, people would talk to you. It gets worse. It really fucking does. He asked me if I have an Adam's apple. Yep. An Adam's apple, y'all. Y'all, an Adam's apple. I was like, excuse me? No? He's like, it's okay if you are. What? Yep. Mm-hmm. It gets worse. Swear on my fucking soul. This is the last date I went on. He then proposes. He then says to me that he wants me to train him how to have sex for when he gets married to his arranged marriage wife back in India, and he will pay me for it. Jesus, why? Why? How did I manifest that? You guys, tell me. What the fuck did I do? What did I do? I was too ashamed. If I mentioned this story even a little bit before, I was too ashamed to tell you the rest. That's how bad it was. I mean, I thought, maybe I should date outside my race. And that's what happened. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh my fuck. I'm sure I've told you guys this. Do you remember? I told you a story. I had to have. I was in a taxi cab, and this guy, this younger fella, he was younger than me. I think he was 28. I forget. And we were playing the Guess My Age, and he did not think I was 39, okay? And he was like from Morocco. He goes, in my country, in Morocco, 39, you're in the old folks' home. Are you fucking kidding me? He's like 39 is an old ass lady in his country. He said it straight out. Jesus, Murphy. To be fair, he was shocked about my age and didn't think I looked old. He was shocked that I was that age and looked as young as I did. That was the whole thing. He wasn't insulting me, just so we're clear. But after, okay, hang on. So he's driving a cab. He's 28. And he has like an old man blanket on his legs. Okay. And I'm like, oh, this is the old folks' home. Yeah, coming from old man cab driver with his old man blanket. Well, didn't this guy start laughing so hard he was hitting the steering wheel? Some guys from other countries like that type of banter. They like that. He goes, oh, you're teasing me, you know, about my blanket. It was so funny. He goes, I get sore legs. Oh my fuck. Oh my God. So yeah, that's my life, you guys. I was asked to basically be a sex training prostitute my last date. Because of my age, he literally was like, well, because of your age, you know, you don't have anybody, I'll help you out. And he acted like it was no fucking big deal. Like that basically what I'm resorted to is a prostitute. I'm unmarried, blah, 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 and all of this. Yeah. It was horrendously insulting, and I kicked him out of my house. Yeah. We went back to my place to smoke weed there because I don't like smoking weed in public. Yeah. So let me just see what people said about that because I kind of walked away. Hang on. It's like their makeup. There's a guy on my channel that wanted me to travel to Japan. Wow. You know what? Well, you never know who's a fucking serial killer, though, JB. JB says, there was a guy on my channel that wanted me to travel to Japan and watch X-Files with him. If that was safe, I would have fucking gone. I would have. Like, sometimes you can take opportunities, like maybe get to know the guy. What if he's really cool and he just really wants a friend? Fuck, go. Check it out first. I don't want to be the reason you get killed, but you know what I mean? Damn, I'll feel bad for that. Fuck. You can come and haunt me if you want. Join the club. Well, I didn't get anybody else killed, but you can be club of one. Hopefully I don't do it again. Oh, God. I just keep digging a hole, don't I? Don't do it. I have a blanket on my lap. Old man, JB. I'm just kidding. No, I love blankies, too. I get cold all the time. Fuck, I was freezing today. Are NPCs real? Nah. I think that NPCs, what they are, is what it was talking about in initiation. And of course, a lot of people don't know about initiation. This was written under Theosophy, under Helena Blavatsky, okay? Under her work. By Alice Bailey, too. And Benjamin Creme. There was a group of them, but they're all in the Theosophy Society. So in Initiation 0, it says the vast majority of humanity lies in the probationary path. This is basically like if we're talking about, if we're The Sims, okay, this character hasn't been worked on a lot. It doesn't have a lot of skill sets, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a soul. They're not necessarily playing the game of life yet because they don't realize that it's a game and that they're a player. That's all that non-player character means. It doesn't mean that they don't have a soul or whatnot, or that they're unworthy or they're not a valid person in some way. It just means what I said. They're not aware that they're playing a game, that they are a player, hence non-player character. They just aren't aware of it yet. That's all. It hasn't come into their realm of awareness and they don't see it in the world. Oh, Jack Skellington. Yeah, I love that stuff. I did a Jack Skellington pumpkin one time and I couldn't I had to get help on the teeth. My ex-boyfriend helped me on the teeth, but I made a Jack Skellington pumpkin and it was so cool. I love carving pumpkins. Yeah, I know, right? Everybody wants a free trip to Japan. Damn. I don't know. Yeah, that's the money brain infestation. Money doesn't equal power. They've made you think it does. What kind of a powerful stand-up individual do you think Jeff fucking Bezos is? Oh, help us. That's just one example. I said before, all those people, they may be smart to a degree, but mm-mm. Can you curse? I did. Fuck. I say curse all the time on my live streams. I try not to be respectful, you know. Some people don't appreciate powerful word usage like that. Yeah, infestation. Money buys what they want regardless of spirit. I know. That's what I was talking about with the Black Grail and the Black Grail with the initiates of the flame. Okay. A lot of these people will call themselves initiates. The flame is creator or source. Okay. This is what it means to be chosen. I don't consider myself that. Okay. Because I didn't choose this. It was almost like given to me. Like I didn't go searching for the initiates of the flame. It was presented to me online through the algorithm. I was like, oh, what's that? But I was intuitively drawn to it. So it's not like anybody told me to read this book. I found this on my own. This one, no. This one, no. I found this one because Claudio Nocelli posted this picture on his Instagram, but it didn't have this on it. It was just the picture. And so I searched the picture and found where it came from. Google search image, found the book, bought the book. Then, after I got into this is how this came into my awareness. In the back, at the end, it asks you to choose. The Black Grail is here, and it has a money symbol, and it is upside down. In opposing forces, this would be the dark polarity. And it says, prosperity, choose your path. Prosperity at the expense of others. Selfishness, shortcuts. Mastered by appetite and comfort. The White Grail. Service, self-sacrifice, purification, love, and study. That's the end of the book. There's no more after that. That's it. After you read it, you choose your path. This is part of initiation. Once when I was talking about this online years ago, it was on Facebook years ago when I first started talking about this. Not exactly like initiation and per se or whatever, but it got there. There was even people that came onto my YouTube, okay? But I remember there were people claiming, they might not have been, but probably. Some of them didn't have to. I knew they were. And they were Masons, and they were like, who do you think you are teaching initiation? And I literally turned around and said, who the fuck do you think you are that you're not? And that shut them right up. It did. There's a lot of people that like it when I'm aggressive. And I've deleted or removed the videos because I don't want that to be people's impression of me. I don't like to be this way. Like, I don't like to have to be in that kind of an energy. Before in the past, I've addressed this and I've gotten into the emotion of it. And I said things that, I was jealous of Helen Morris and like confused over the fact that, Elena Denon with her extraterrestrial spirit boyfriend, Thorhan. And then I thought that was the same with Claudio. And I was jealous, because I like him. And I thought, fuck, well, she's a ghost and higher dimensional or whatever. How can I compete with that or blah, blah, blah. And so in the energy of that, I said something along the lines of, what are they doing? Sitting around jerking off to ghosts and writing books, shit like that. And it's not nice. And it was out of like kind of anger, and so there were things like that. And that's why, but I talked about selling your soul. And so when you give away your inner universe, when you use this, and the elites, if they turn it into a movie, well, they're going to profit off of it the most. And even in the long run, because after you're gone, they will still profit off of what they made of you. Just like how I believe that they unalived Michael Jackson and prospered off of his death with greatest hits albums and memorabilia. Like that. Yeah, I'm wearing a $5. I don't know why you said this, but JB says I'm wearing a $5 black t-shirt from Walmart. Great. As long as it looks good, who cares where it's from? It's a black t-shirt. It doesn't matter if it's from Gucci or Walmart, as long as it looks nice in you. You know what I mean? This sweater I'm wearing, this purple one, is from Walmart. The t-shirt that I'm wearing underneath was given to me, a hand-me-down. And I wear it to bed. Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't see. Hang on. Can you curse for stream? I like when you're aggressive. Oh, I'm wearing a $600 hoodie created by a black man who died of cancer. Well, it was really nice that you supported him and his work. Or if he had already passed away, it's nice that you supported the family. That's why he bought that. I'm sure he didn't buy it. It was because maybe the man was sick or died of cancer and wanted to support some cause. I suppose it might have been on a website that was selling things to support this man or the cancer bills or whatever. Time Watch. Is that the case? Oh, I know, JP. I'm not trying to make you look like an ass. I'm just trying to figure it out myself. Because honestly, Who the fuck would pay $600 for a hoodie? Right? No offense, Time Watch. It's half blank. What's half blank? The book? No, there's only a few pages at the end. It is a smaller book. But it only has 49 pages, and then it has a couple extra at the end. Oh, this is like a really thick piece of paper. It only has 2 extra pieces, and I mean that's nice. You could write notes in the back of it. I always like that. You can write notes of stuff from the book. But no, it's just a small book. Yeah, if you're rich, you can buy a $600 hoodie. That is somebody's rent, but you never know. They could have had extra money. It could have been tax money. It could have been something they saved up for. You know what I mean? And that's a generous donation to make. We don't know. So, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I tried to say something about these things, like especially with the money and like the elites, but people kept attacking me with it. Oh, well, yeah, it's just not meant for you, and I'm a creator, and I'm a manifester, and I'm a this and that, and I'm going to manifest. I'm like, okay, all right. I don't know. Well, especially when it's something they want to hang on to because it's created their world. Like I said, things will happen and they'll think, "Oh, I manifested this," you know? But let me tell you something. I used to go to church and pray for that twin flame fella to contact me again when I was in love with him all them years ago, okay? All those years ago, sorry. And my prayer would get answered. But it would come back into my life and terrible shit would happen. I saw a quote once that when you're praying, the Creator, God, hears your prayers, but there's also someone else listening. Sometimes the devil answers prayers too. You see what I'm saying? Think about that one for a minute. No, see, it's not even capitalism. We were talking about this. It's not capitalism anymore. It's not what it is. I was talking about how the elites, like they put the prices up, everything. It's for no reason other than to fill their bank accounts. They don't need it for anything. They'll say it's for war. They don't need it for war. There's no other than the fact they want it to be that way. They're doing this to create stress and problems for the rest of us. That's what it is. And then when they squeeze, it makes everybody else have to do things to survive because they don't want to be on the streets. They don't want to go without their luxuries. There are some people who have downsized. It's not everybody, but the majority, they will not cave. I mean, I feel like I'm repeating myself now at this point in the stream. Well, Time Watch 5, I don't even know you. You know what I mean? I don't know where you live. I don't know what you look like. This is what we were just talking about in the stream earlier. Not that long ago, actually. About that, I mean, there are risks on the internet, absolutely. And I don't want to get myself in any more trouble, problems, drama, whatever. But like I said, you know, you don't even have a picture of yourself. You know what I mean? So I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything. But how can you expect me to respond? You know? So I mean, JB's been around for ages. I've been talking to him for ages on these streams. You know? And so that's why I said what I said, and also because we don't live that far away from each other. Yeah. So yeah, I know, Scott. Wouldn't that be nice? Maybe in another world. Oh, fuddy-duddy. That's definitely an old man thing to say for sure. Fuddy-duddy. I had a taxi driver one time laughing so hard because I said Dinkeldorf. And he goes, I haven't heard that since I was a kid. Bah! It was so funny. He had a big fucking old guy mustache too. And it was like shaking as he laughed. Fuck, it was funny. That's all I can remember about that guy. Is this big ass mustache and his laugh. Jose! Lacey, I haven't seen you in ages. I thought you got eaten by a pack of Canadian hyenas. By the way, you look as pretty as a brown speckled hen eating a double bacon cheeseburger. Isn't that lovely? You're so poetic and romantic, Jose. It's good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah. There's also another person that shows up and all they ever say, and they've said this since the beginning, they'll only comment to this is, what bizarre content. I'm following. Because when they first said it, I laughed so fucking hard. And I talked about laughing about it. And that's what they continuously say. Whenever they comment, I know it's them. Because they say the same thing every fucking time. And it makes me laugh. You know, I'm like, oh, it's that person. Hey, you. So I think it's because I said that one time. Even if people subscribe and they stay because they're like, what bizarre content. I'm following. You know, because they're nosy. That's what I meant. Yeah. Thank you. It is bizarre, but I enjoy it a lot. Great. Whatever brings positivity and happiness in the world. I appreciate it. One day I hope to sing. I'd love to do that. But I really want to have like the right microphone for the audio and all of that. I'd love to do that. Like I said, I was training my voice and all of that. I'd love to do like a cool like remake of a music video of a song that I choose and like express myself and like kind of like be funny and like, you know, whatever. Not be like totally goofy, but I don't know. I thought about that, you know, but that costs money. Even the photo shoots for me to do, the price is higher now. So that's why I haven't done another one recently, because I just can't really afford it and then buy the outfit and everything like that, you know? Because these things do really make me happy. It does. And it's great for my self-esteem. Helps me feel good about myself. You know, helps me to believe that, you know, I can do these things people said I could never do. It almost like it nailed it into my head or something. I don't know. Everything fun does cost money. But the thing about it is, though, I don't know if I said this yet, but you can't bring money with you when you leave this life. It stays here. You can't bring out a dime. But you can bring the richness of your soul, the memories you've made, the connections you've made, the experiences you've had. You don't forget it all the way you think you do. It's not going to be as prevalent up front. You'll have to recall it. But you can, because I can still recall things when I'm in the spirit body, in my lucid dream state and stuff. So it should be like that in the afterlife. It's not going to affect you the same way. Like, even when I was there and consciously aware, I wasn't worried about my animals anymore. And even though I could see them with me, I knew that no matter what happened, they'd be okay. And like, I wasn't worried about anything that was going on in my life. Even though I knew that it was all still there. It's like you're cut off from it, not held down by it, I guess. I don't know. I'm burying my savings with me. Oh, yeah, like the Egyptians, and then get grave robbed. Good idea. That worked so well for them. I mean, that's a terrible, awful crime, but what bizarre content I'm following. Whatever. So yeah, I would love to sing one day. I'm not much like, I used to be able to dance. I remember in junior high, I took dance classes. And I was really good at learning like a group dance together with a bunch of people. I found that I could connect with the energy of the people around me. And other people were doing that too. And we'd start dancing totally in sync with each other. And it was so fucking cool. But that happens to be the mental and emotional energy of the body and everything. It's so cool. And everyone's moving exactly the same. Really fucking neat. A very white Egyptian. Who? I'm something of an Egyptian, a very white Egyptian. You know what? To be honest with you, looking at your picture, I thought you were like Middle Eastern a little bit. I did. I thought you were maybe like let me see. Kuwaiti. Yeah, like I thought you were Middle Eastern, JB. I'm a very white Egyptian, he says. I can do the robot. I'm okay. I can be an okay robot. You learn to do the robot from Conan O'Brien. Really? I never watched Conan O'Brien. No, that's just the cartoon version. Well, the cartoon version is cute. You're not ugly. If I never told you you weren't ugly, you're not ugly. The real photo looks much different. Oh, are you super ugly? Just kidding with you. Yes. I knew you were going to say that. That's too funny. Yes. Yeah. You're funny. No problem, Mew. Thanks for sticking around. It was lovely having you. I hope to see you again sometime soon. I didn't actually expect to stay on this long, but I have enjoyed it. So yeah. You can kind of see like a lump in my neck, but honestly, it's because I'm so fucking skinny. It's not because I got a fucking Adam's apple. I can't believe that. I looked at that guy like, what? Oh, man. Fucking hell. Yeah, I know. It's clearly I'm not a male. I'm not transgender. Nothing like that. Nothing against that. But like for real? Thanks. Like I know you guys know that, but fucking hell. As if. But I always said that probably pretty much everything. I'll be called everything in the book. So there's that checked off the list. Nazi was not that long ago. Yeah, someone thought I was a fucking Nazi, but that was online, so that one's checked off the list as well. Oh my God. No, like this was on a date. Like he said this to my face. This was the last date I went on. That's what I was talking about. This wasn't trolling. He was serious. Yeah. Oh, Jose, I know. The pizza, they charge so much money, it's crap. You should have just made your own. Look up how to make a stuffed crust pizza. That's what I'm saying. The quality of everything has gone down, 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 down everywhere. And the price has gone up, 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 up. I know $28 for pizza is a violation. It better have been an extra, extra large. Unbelievable. And they're doing this on purpose. And I mean, it's everywhere. That's why I can hardly afford the groceries like I used to. Everything's too fucking expensive. You know? Fucking bread was like $4. Eggs are like $6. $7. 6 something for eggs. Well, but this is what it is. It's the ruling class trying to get as much out of us as they can. They're just squeezing. Oh, man. But yeah, if you could make your own, well, there's lots of ways to do it. I've seen people use those mozzarella cheese pull-apart sticks and roll the crust into that, I mean, it's so disappointing because I love pizza, but there's nothing worse than paying good money. It smells good, and then you just get it and it's garbage. There's nothing fucking worse than that. Cheaper if I had the app. Yeah, the tariffs haven't had, I guess, I don't know, I don't pay attention to that, but JB says tariffs have had zero effect on our food here in Canada. It's just really expensive, everything. Down south has good pizza. Up north does not. No. It's like sometimes I miss good food so much, like at restaurants, that it makes you want to cry. The restaurants here are so bad, it's shameful. I've never had a good restaurant here experience ever. Everywhere I go, I'm like, ugh, that was okay, or ugh, that's fucking gross. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, it depends on, especially in bigger cities, you'll have immigrants that come in and bring their traditional styles of cooking with them. So you'll be able to find like the traditional Sicilian style pizza or like a New York deeper dish style of pizza, depending on where you're at. Speaking of interdimensional tariffs, I heard that the astral realm, the spiritual realms, astral. See, this is what I was talking about earlier with the wording. CJ, didn't we already talk about this? Not that I'm telling you, but it confuses me. Are you talking about the spiritual realms beyond in the afterlife? Because that's not the astral hunt. But it says, so I'm going to assume you mean the spiritual realms work similarly to this one with the monetary system for labor. I don't know. How the fuck does that make any sense? Not to you, but I'm just trying to process this myself. So we're in non-physical bodies. I'm not trying to insult you at all. Again, I've never heard of this. Like, do you mean like when you watch like space movies and they have currency exchange? Cause nah, that's an untruth in there. It's gotta be. No, oh, I thought that was I didn't see that was you at first, JB. If anything, it would work on actual energy. I don't think there would be a monetary system other than that. How would it be possible? If I can't bring my necklace with me, what is how does it exist? Points? I don't know what to do with that. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. Someone said that they had a trip. Oh, yeah. So, okay. Now okay. So CJ also says someone said that they had a trip and that's what they saw, an astral travel experience. Or was it in the lucid dream state, or did they say that it's okay? Higher entities enslaving lower entities for currency. Yeah, but that would be energy, since we are energy beings, right? So say I'll use myself as an example. There's been two sides fighting for me my whole life. They've wanted me to go this way and that way. Let's say dark and light, okay? So in the end, I suppose winning would be a kind of currency to increase the value of one side. Say if I joined the dark or the light, it would be like increasing their energetic value. I don't know. But energy, yeah, it would be energy, collecting souls in a way, even for your own usage, I suppose. But they wouldn't, I just can't see. Like, okay, so you would need 10,000 bottle caps to pay for something? I cannot see that functioning there. They call it as above, so below? What? Then it has to be reversed. So if that's what they're meaning by money is an energy exchange for a person's time and energy or whatever, I don't know. I don't disagree. I've never heard of it. I mean, I mean, using energy as currency, this could be why they're harvesting it. I don't know. I'm on a road right now and it's foggy and I'm walking down with unfamiliar bearings. No experience here. Nothing to draw off of. Fog. Don't know what else to say about it. I'm not disagreeing with it. But, hold on. They want you to view this life as a video game. Sure. But it doesn't have to be that way. I agree. It's not a game. That's why I feel like there's such a lack of unity. Do you know that almost every channel that I've gone to try to work with in unity, to try to express myself, to help kind of form a bigger picture, it just doesn't work. I've been trying to, I tried to talk with Stephen Cambion and he just doesn't want to hear me, and everybody that I've gone to, they like, hey, do you want to work together? Would you like to talk? And they'll be like, yeah, here's my plan. And it's like, well, and then I watched a video of that guy's today and he's like, and basically I've been covering the deception, and then starts talking, oh, it's not about the deception of the, I'm like, you motherfucker. I left the channel right then and there. And he's an old fogey. Okay. So again, it's like I keep running into this type of thing where it's all about, well, it's only going to work this way. This is my plan, and blah. We're not getting anywhere. No, none of these minds can meet to throw these things, the collective pot, so that people could have a sense of, I mean, on Stephen Cambion's channel, all they're doing is it's kind of taking away the whole thing. I even told him the Christ is within. He's like, well, maybe so. He didn't reject it. It's just, I just thought if we unified together, because they have this alliance of bullshitters with their agenda. But if we align together, that's the thing, though. We cannot get together. And this happens every single time. We cannot unify. It's not that anybody knows the way or the right plan or any of that. It's about, that's why sharing the voice is so important. Of all voices. Fuck. Honestly, though, a big part of me was thinking about this before I even started the stream, is that this is so individualized. I don't think or feel anybody can go with you. That's why I was saying you have to climb the mountain alone. This is a very solitary journey, and it's very individualized. Well, what I feel is that most people want to focus, like I said, on building their own channel and what benefits them. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if it's because I'm a woman, or, if it's because I've talked about certain things like seeing the being of unknown origin. I don't know. I don't know what keeps people away from even wanting to bother to investigate. But I have really tried with many channels to unify. And what they'll do is I'll post stuff on my page and then I see them make videos about it. Not about me, but what I've talked about. You see what I'm saying? I've seen this. So I'm like, well, that's not what I meant about unification. It's not what I meant. Not that I mind, but that's not what I meant. You know? This isn't just something for you to come get an idea for a channel video so you can get monetization, ad clicks and shit. You know what I mean? So women serve. Everyone wants their own pyramid group. Man is the master, women serve. What do you mean? Serve whom? Serve myself a sandwich. Serve you? Boy, you have to be out of your damn mind. Like, to serve the husband, yeah, I agree. Like this, I'd be taking care of my husband. Oh, I know he is. I'm being dramatic, if you can't tell. I would serve my husband dinner and take care of him and obey to a degree. I'm not going to be like, if he's like, bitch, go jump off a bridge, I'm not going to obey that. Yeah, I know. He's a funny man. But that's something to say. You tried to get a rise. It worked. He's a strong fella. He's brave and strong. He fights bears and shit. You didn't know that about Scott? You do now. He does that as a hobby. He goes out in the woods walking with his dog and he's like, hey, bear, come here. Just for fun. Oh, there goes the ambulance. Oh, the cops were here. The cops were here for guess who? My fucking neighbors on Friday. Whoops. Oh, sorry, Marv. Walked you outside, baby. Okay. Oh. Yeah, Lacey, I know. Okay. See who that was. Oh, fucking. just a text from my, I don't know who I expected it to be. Fucking my phone company there texted me an offer. Oh yeah, the Trailer Park Boys. I only did that once though, you know. Like I was only on that show one time. And honestly, it was 16 hours. Like it was a long fucking time, man. It was fucking forever. And I had a nice time and all of that, but I just learned slowly that that wasn't for me. Oh my goodness. So, oh yeah, I know, my neighbors. Thank you very much. Actually, that hairspray that I bought has been working pretty good. And no, those neighbors that I made the video about, the domestic fighting ones and all that bullshit, that guy always has the cops there. Always. And they know him, like, so. Oh, you lied about leaving. That's okay. Rapunzel. Yeah, I know. It's really, really long. Yeah, the Trailer Park Boys. No, they're not. No, it's domestic and stuff. I've made a few videos about it. It's what I mentioned in my loneliness video, the first video that I made. Got all that attention there. It's still going on. Yeah, cops are there all the time. So, and he opens the door if I get groceries delivered. He opens the door and like looks, like watches. I have to like rush my shit inside because he's staring at me. Yeah, it hasn't stopped. So there's always that stress too, but I try just to ignore it, put it in the back of my mind and move on with my life, you know, and not let it keep me in the house or worried about. I go into the hallway now and I don't worry about it. I lock my door. It was weird because I went out and I was going to the garbage room and he was walking down, like, if you go out the door, I was walking down this way and he was going that way. And I noticed as I was coming out, he had come back and went back the other way. And I was like, thank God I locked my door, because he could have come back to check if my door was unlocked to like walk in or whatever. Yeah, because he's the type where he would walk in, like boot one of my cats as hard as he could and then leave. You know what I mean? To act like it wasn't him. And then I'd come home to them being in serious condition. Yeah, he's the type. So, yeah, he's still over there. And it's been kind of quiet, but now I think that he has court and he's got people calling the cops on him. He's probably getting into stuff. I don't know, but I just hope they kick him out soon, honestly. Yeah. No, he's not necessarily a porch pirate or anything like that. He's just a creep. He tried to get in my house before. He tried to walk right in. And he was the one that was at the window, sitting there like this with his fucking forehead up against the glass, right there at my window, looking in. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you didn't hear that? So I tried to make friends with a girl that lives down the hall. She had a boyfriend. When I had invited her over for tea, he invited himself. When he was at the door too, I was like, oh, and then I let them both in, right? Hanging out, I noticed that he kept cutting her off and she was kind of sitting there with her head down most of the time like this, like submissive. It was so weird. And I kept trying to talk to her and he would cut her off or whatever. He didn't even want to look at my book. He wouldn't even look at it. Like he wouldn't even look at it like this. He wouldn't even look at it. I thought it was so weird. But I realized later on, because she told me this, that she had already told him that she had a crush on me and she was bisexual, but I didn't know this. And so he already had a problem with me to begin with. I'm not gay at all. And so he thought that she was over here cheating. That's why I had to put curtains up, longer, bigger, thicker curtains. Because, well, even if he was autistic, that doesn't excuse this behavior. Lots of people are autistic and don't act like this. They don't look and they don't beat up their girlfriends and they don't beat up their animals. You know what I mean? Like, there's, like, you know, like I thought of that. Like there could be, you know, yeah. And he was texting her on the phone. And at first I wasn't really aware because I thought like, it's just normal for people to be getting text messages. Like I don't really use my cell phone. I don't have people contacting me. So, you know, but then finally I could tell that she was getting stressed out. I'm like, what's the matter? She's like, oh, he won't stop texting me. I'm like, what do you mean? Anyway, it was this big thing. He was out in the hallway screaming and yelling about how I've kidnapped this girl. He ended up calling the police on me to tell them that I've kidnapped her and that I'm holding her hostage. So I called the fucking cops and I was like, I'm just letting you guys know that so-and-so is here with me. We were having tea. This is what's going on. And this guy is freaking out. And he said he's going to call the cops. So I'm calling you to let you know. So the SWAT team doesn't show up here because I have CPTSD and I don't need that kind of experience in my life. They knew about it. The cops ended up coming. We had to talk about the whole situation. She didn't tell me that they had been fighting the entire day and that he didn't want her to come over here. So yeah, he was out there screaming in the hallway. I had just moved in a few months prior. He was out screaming in the hallway about how I'm a lesbian and how I'm stealing his woman and cheating with his woman. He was at the door telling me to come out and fight him like I'm a guy. Yeah. It was awful. Just awful. So yeah. Nice, huh? And that they were like, oh, you must have, how did I attract that? I was just trying to make a friend, you know, just have tea with somebody. Yeah. Yeah. So after that, he was looking in my windows, my bedroom window, trying to see in, and I had to call the cops on him again. And he was following me to the garbage room and nonstop staring at me. I was on the bus one time and he was on the bus. I took a picture of him. He was staring at me so long. I sent it to my friend. Yeah. He just wouldn't stop even after I took his photo. And I was talking out loud. Like, you know, making it obvious. Like this guy's making me uncomfortable. Like he didn't care. He's a psychopath. You can see it in his eyes. There's something wrong with him. Like there's nothing there. Like, I don't know if it's medications that do that to him or what, but I mean, if he ever tries anything, I'm going to put him right on his ass. Like, it don't matter. You activate the crazy's going to fuck you up. I pity the fool. I do. I might get hurt, but you're going to get hurt too. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, I don't want it to come to that, of course. Like, of course, I would feel a lot better if I had a husband in my life. I wouldn't have to worry about none of this. No one would be messing with me like this. This guy wouldn't even try this shit because he'd be like, that girl's husband's going to beat my ass. Yeah. And I don't expect him to be violent like that. But when it comes, he wouldn't even have to. Like, his energy would speak enough. He wouldn't even have to, you know? He'd be like, hey, you need to stay with my wife? Thanks. Have a nice day. And that's all he would need to say, you know? Because the rest would speak for him. I mean, I can do that for myself, right? And I do. for the most part. But this guy isn't getting it, you know? Oh, yeah, I don't know if he would still, stop the behavior or whatever. I don't know, JB. But I would feel better about it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't, it just wouldn't even, I don't know. So, yeah. Were you seriously, like, for real, held hostage, like at gunpoint? JB's like, I was held hostage in one ex's apartment for 4 hours. You always got stories too. Remember the fucking teacher homosexual that you had? Well, yeah. Men are supposed to be the protectors in a sense where men are mostly of the material physical realm, whereas women are of the spiritual immaterial realm. They bring things, you know, create things out of the material. So you bring a deer, we turn it into meals. Oh, no gun, but she wouldn't let me leave. That can be really uncomfortable, a really uncomfortable situation, especially because you probably just want to throw them out of the way and you can't. If it was reversed, I know I would want to. I'd want to fight. So it's even worse if you're a man. What are you supposed to do, right? Then you'd be like, oh, he beat me. You can't do that. So that's a terrible situation. That's right. I didn't see that comment yet. And I couldn't push my way out because she would call the cops and claim I hurt her. And that's exactly what it would have been. You're the bad guy. You're leaving. Now you're a criminal. So, yeah, I didn't see that one either. I told her that she could lie and say I hurt her. And she looked at me and smiled and said, I know. This is what most women are like. I mean, I can't. I mean, maybe some men are like that too, for real. I've heard that. I've been in some emotional states before, okay? It doesn't excuse it, but well, I mean, you know this, but that's definitely wasn't a healthy relationship. You know, it sucks that we have to find these things out the hard way. Because nobody ever expects these things to turn out the way that they do sometimes. And you didn't even have a phone at the time. Oh my God, that must have been awful. You couldn't even call anybody and be like, look, I'm here. Can you come get me? I need help. You wouldn't even be able to call the police if you needed to. And I mean, you could have called them and be like, listen, I want to leave and she won't let me leave. Please come and get me out of here. There's no shame in it, man. Like, I watched this awful, sometimes, like, I don't know even why I clicked on it, but this guy was getting the shit kicked out of him by his girlfriend. And she was holding him hostage, wouldn't let him leave. He finally got free. Oh my God, you guys, this was cop video footage. It was so sad. And he was a nice fella. And you could tell how ashamed he felt. But there's no shame in that. Women can abuse men too. And ooh, his shirt was all torn up, his face was scratched, his lip was bloody. And he was just trying to get away from her, and that's what she did to him. She did not have any marks on her. and tried to be like, oh, he hit me first. Smoke alarms and fire alarms. Well, I mean, if it was an internal one that was just a beeper, the neighbors could have thought it was the toaster. You know what I mean? Kind of a good idea, but in an apartment when it's just like a little beepy one, I don't know. And that, oh my God. JB. She says, and this was all because I wouldn't dance with her in front of her friends at her party. Oh, the things we do for love. You probably put up with more than that. There was way more than that before this. There had to have been. Well, at least you tried, but that isn't the way you wanted to be treated and respected and cared for. If you don't want to dance with somebody in front of people, the other person should love you unconditionally enough not to force you to do that. You know what I mean? If you want to dance, you can dance at home together romantically, alone. You got to compromise. That's what love is. I wouldn't want the man that I'm with to force me to do something that I'm not comfortable with. So why would I do that to another? I don't know what you guys mean by the fire alarm, because what kind of fire alarm? You mean like the main one in the hallway? If he couldn't get out past her to get out the apartment door, he wouldn't be able to ring the main alarm of the building, even for his own safety. He would only have the one that's in the apartment, the beep, 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 the one that goes off when you burn your toast. So, I mean, it is a good idea. But logically, would that have worked? I don't think so. Hopefully, when all of us leave this matrix, we can all meet up and hang out. Probably. Like souls tend to be drawn together. So maybe. Not opposed to it. But like I said, again, I'm going to warn you. Don't come looking for me in the astral. The Asura is dangerous. And if you approach, even though it is me, I won't know you. If you approach me uninvited, my defense system will come online and you're going to meet that. And you don't want to. You don't want to. So please don't. I've been warning people about this since the beginning. Yeah, it's just not safe. It's for your own safety. It's not because I'm a bad person. It's just because I've had my own experiences. There's just stuff in there, and this has happened. And if you trigger that defense system, it'll be the scariest nightmare you've ever had. Do you understand me? You might get sick the next day, and I'm not fucking around. Like, these people in the blue suits have had a problem with me. I didn't intentionally do it. And that's why, because I didn't know what I was doing, that's why I was detained and never arrested. Yes, spirits can make you sick. Yes, certain kinds. Yes. Yes. It's not really me. It's me, but it's not me. It's another version of me, and we're not exactly alike, okay? A doppelganger isn't you per se. But still, I can go into that another time. We can have another long talk, and I'll talk about this, but it's already been, 5 hours, and I'm getting tired, But, one day I'll be more okay and open to that, but I don't want, people to have this happen. Oh, Marv's ball is stuck under the table there. Get it, Marv? Good girl. Bring mommy your ball. Bring mommy your ball. Bring the ball. Come on. Get the ball. She's just looking at me. Yeah, I know, Marv. So let's see here. Oh, wait, hold on. JB said something. I know that's you. Yeah. I don't even mean like regular dancing. She was a ballet dancer and created a routine for us, which was fine in private. Aw, what a sweet boyfriend you are. Oh, but I told her I was not doing it in front of people. Yeah, that's a little embarrassing. You know what I mean? Especially if like you didn't plan on it. Like, I don't know. I think if my boyfriend wanted something like that for me and then he was like, "Can we do it in front of my parents?" I'd be like, "All right. I'll do it for mom and dad." You know what I mean? But not at like a fucking wedding or like at a birthday party or whatever. I don't know about that. Like I don't even think I'd want to do like a super extravagant wedding extravaganza thing. Maybe. It depends on who my husband is. You know? If I married somebody who just really loved it and that's what they wanted, of course I would do that with them. But I can totally emphasize. Okay, spirits can get sick. I have some issues. Psychic energy. Love how you say Merv. Thanks, CJ. Merv, kiddo. I went to go get. That's where I stopped too because I got Salem's hairball hemp treats that he has for his hairballs. Marvin likes them too, and they have little kittens sometimes at this store, but there wasn't any. But when I turned to look at the thing, I went, kitten. But I didn't know that the girl at the cash heard me and goes, "Oh, yeah, we don't have any kittens today." And I'm like, "How the fuck did you hear me say that?" I did not think that I said it loud enough for her to hear me. It was so funny. Yeah. Kitten rhymes with mitten. Yeah. No, like big weddings, like I don't like the thing about wedding would be I wouldn't have anybody really that would be on my side of the wedding anyway. So it would be like maybe the few friends that I have. Oh, somebody just walked by. But mostly it would be my husband's family, which is absolutely fine because I always dreamed that I would just kind of assimilate as family into my husband's family. So it wouldn't really much matter, but I wouldn't want what's a telepath moment? Show Marv. Oh, you want to see Marv? I would have no one on my side, so it's perfect. It would be an empty wedding, JB. Are you serious? No, June's too hot to get married in anyway. June's too hot. I don't want to fucking sweat my fucking ass off. That's one thing I never wanted was to be in like a pretty dress and look nice and my husband and I sweating like fucking pigs. You know what I mean? No. Listen, I'm not agreeing to marriage. But the fall is preferable. Fall. Maybe. Never mind. I'm not even going to say it because you know what? Never mind. No. Not any of you. Never mind. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I could see that you would love that, and I would allow you to do a horror wedding if you wanted. We could do something like that, sure. Or maybe even not the wedding, but the after party, for sure. We could compromise 50-50. I saw a couple walk down the aisle, like leaving to a Star Wars theme. And it was the fucking most romantic thing I've ever seen. And the two of them looked so happy. Like, I forget which theme it was. It wasn't like the it wasn't that. It was something else. I think it was like the Jedi theme or something like that. It was beautiful. But, and she compromised for that, but, loved it too, but put that in the wedding because he wanted it. And that's love. You know what I'm saying? That's love. So, we'll see. I mean, clearly, like, I don't mean like we're not going to get married in the fall. But I've said to you before that I'm willing to meet and hang out, even if it's just like ends up being friends or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So Beetlejuice. Well, I mean, if that was his thing, like any man that I was going to marry, say that he was the biggest Beetlejuice fan. Okay, that was his thing. Like, I love Sailor Moon, he loves Beetlejuice. Okay, we could definitely compromise. I'll wear Sailor Moon's wedding dress, like in like her princess dress in my wedding, and you can do the Beetlejuice thing at the reception, or on Mario Party wedding or whatever, like I wouldn't tell my husband no, and I think that if we compromise, we can equally have something that on the happiest day of our union day with the people we love, we can do something that is truly memorable and enjoyable. Sure. Oh, right. I'll go get Marv. Marv. Oh, she's outside. Hang on. Maybe I can get Salem up. You guys can wish him happy birthday. Say Marv. Wake up. Come on, come see everybody. Come here, Marv. Come here, Marv. Marvin. Come here, honey. Look, come here. Here, I'm gonna close the door. Come here, babies. Come see everybody. Come here. Over here. There. Okay, I got some treats. Those are the cheap treats. I can't afford their expensive treats. They're like $8 a package. Over here, bud. Come here. Okay, here's Salem. There's Salem. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, baby Salem. Happy birthday to you. There you go, buddy. Here's your treat. Here you go, Marvin. She found it. Happy birthday to you. There he goes. Have some birthday treats. Say happy birthday to Salem. Hey, buddy. What you doing? Say hi. You so cute. Look around. Oh, good boy with your little striped nose. Yeah, he's a good boy. And Marv is right there. There's her fluffy tail. And there's Marv. I know, my house looks a mess. This is where I put all their toys in when I do the vacuuming, but then I flip it over and I eat on this side. Like a little table box for eating. Come here, Marv. Come here, honey. Come here. Well, it's a little closer. There she is. Oh, here's Salem Jenkins. Hi, Salem. Hi, Salem. Salem Jenkins. There he is. He's just purring away. He's purring away. There he goes. Whee! He'll just go and look for treats now. So, yeah. I had to sing. Did you sing with me for happy birthday? I remember, JB says, I remember going to a wedding one time, and one of the maids of honor was drunk. And when the wedding party was being introduced during the reception, she was jumping around and her boob popped out. Scandalous. I was sitting next to her boyfriend and he was so embarrassed. Yeah. It's never cool to be like a sloppy drunk acting a fool at somebody's wedding, honestly. It doesn't matter who you are, the sister, the brother-in-law. Don't go to somebody's wedding and get so drunk that you make a fool of yourself and fuck up the wedding and like be embarrassing. You know what I mean? Oh my God, that's rude. Know your limit. Like, don't drink without eating. You know, a lot of people do that. They're so busy for a wedding, they don't eat anything and they drink too much and they end up acting a fucking fool. Thank you for all the well wishes and happy birthdays for Salem. I see lots of cats when I go for my midnight walks. Well, that's kind of sad. There's so many stray cats, isn't there? I feel so bad for them. Not many cats really do get good lives. You know, a lot of the ones that live on the street, like, that's a shitty life. Again, human beings should be spaying and neutering their cats. Well, you know what, JB? It's kind of good that they're skittish. You can try leaving food for them, but honestly, they probably don't get treated very well, and it's kind of good because a lot of people hurt stray animals, believe it or not. So it's good for them to stay away from people. It keeps them safe, or they'll poison them because they think they're a nuisance. So it's pretty bad. Well, cats are nocturnal animals. They hunt at night. That's why they have eyes that can see in the dark, because they're nocturnal hunters. Yeah. So. All right. Well, I'm going to consult the oracle one last time. And then I think we're going to say goodnight for tonight. I've almost gone. I've gone for 5.5 hours, so. I saw something that suggests, CJ says, that cats see humans just as bigger cats and equals. I heard that too. And you know what else I heard, which I laughed so hard, and now every time I come home, I'm like, look, I've brought home prey, is because they think that when we go out, we're out hunting, and what we've brought back is what we killed. That's our prey. And so that's why they check the grocery bags whenever I come home. I'm like, here, come on, babies, I've caught the prey. And then they come and they check the grocery bags. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe that's true, you know? I'm glad I came on too. I was planning on it, like I said, but as I explained, I depressed myself yesterday about the Etsy witches thing. Yeah, which I'd posted about previously on my posts, you know? I knew about it, but no. Anyway, I talked about the risks and everything during the stream, so. thank you so much for chilling with me. Your company has been most appreciated and welcomed. So, and I will do this. Like, I know I said last live for a while, but I just knew that I needed to recover my energy. There were things that I wanted to discuss, and I'm sure I did that. So it would be good for me, you know? I've been unsubscribing to channels that just aren't healthy. Anything that mentions twin flames or anything like that. Even pages that like have like wisdom quote or whatever, and it mentions twin flames, I'm out. Like, it's not that I'm rejecting the whole thing. I just need to get out of unhealthy mindsets that haven't done me any good. So, well, we never know though. Like, maybe I'll be feeling good and in a couple of days or in a week, I don't know, and I'll be able to come on. I do enjoy this. Sometimes it's very exhausting and doesn't change my circumstances per se, but maybe that's because I just don't have a lot of patience and I expect things to happen now because I need them so much. You see what I'm saying? Like I said, this is a fatal flaw, and it's something that I'm constantly working on and trying to get past before it defeats me. So, yeah. Yeah, it was a bit of a marathon. Remember we went for a long time. It only clocked in 12, but I think I did like 14 hours. Do you remember that one? That one was so long. There's one that's 12, but we went for longer than that. Yeah, for real. All day long, hanging out. Yeah, see, JB, we must be thinking the same things. He says, didn't you do 16 hours? Yeah, it was 16 hours. The fucking thing cut off at 12, though. So for the rest of that time, it didn't clock it in. So whatever we talked about during that 16 hours is lost forever. So whoever was in that 16-hour stream were the only ones to hear that because it cuts off after 12 hours. Yeah, I did 16 hours straight. Yep, I did. Yeah. I could do it again. Yeah. So yeah. Good. This was a good one. We talked about some good stuff. You know, share with other people the things that we talk about here to get them thinking, you know? You don't necessarily need to share my content. I appreciate it if you do. And, you know, to press like is always appreciated. You know what I mean? It helps the algorithm know that this is something that people would like to see, you know, or that it's appreciated, you know? Well, you can work up to that if you want. You don't have to ever be on camera if you don't want, JB. But doing it just with voice is well and good enough. I'm sure there's a lot of people on your channel that would love to come and chat with you. You have so many people in your comments that are so positive. Again, if people haven't checked out JB's channel, you should, because he's got a good one. He does amazing reviews of a whole bunch of TV shows. Some of them I didn't even know existed, you know? There's a vast array, mostly horror stuff, mostly. Like science fiction type of scary stuff. It's like spooky reviews, see? But it's good stuff, and he always has really positive comments, and people say really nice stuff, you know? So I think that's an excellent idea. you know? But eventually, people would love to see you. That's why they're subscribed. People like to feel like they're part of a community, and you may have people that don't have any friends or they're lonely and they'd love to have that type of community time with you. You know, you might be a little bit nervous about it, but you do come to enjoy it. Oh, you just dropped an Outer Limits video, eh? That's funny. I always think about the beginning of the Outer Limits. They actually tell you the truth about what they're doing with TV programming, and they control what you see and they control your mind and all of that. That fucking creepy ass intro of the Outer Limits. They're basically telling you the truth right there. Yeah. So I used to watch that growing up as a child. Yeah. The X-Files too. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so let me go do this. Uh-oh, you're not chewing that, are you? Are you chewing it? Mm-hmm. You're not chewing it, are you? Uh-oh, what's that? You chewing on Mommy's bag? Here, you want my fur thing? Oh my God. Oh. I was thinking about the puddles again. That puddle that time, well, last time, not today's rain, but the last time when it was raining, and I said that people were splashing me nonstop over and over. There was this gigantic puddle. It's not like the drivers can't see it, you guys. It's not like they can't see it. And this elderly woman, like this little old lady, was the only person. She had to stop the traffic. They did not give a flying fuck. This is just blows my mind. Like, they don't think, well, what if that was me? Oh my gosh. And they did that again today. It wasn't as bad, but still. Oh my goodness. Blows my mind. All right. Okay. All right. The Midnight Traveler. Don't know. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, they are. The Outer Limits are really good, thought-provoking TV shows, TV episodes. They're really good. They're thinkers, psychological twisters, and all of that. Yeah, I watched Freddy's Nightmare. I didn't know what that was. So he covers Freddy's Nightmares. The rest is The Twilight Zone, Tales from the Crypt. He did an amazing review of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. You retracted your comment, but I saw what you said, Time Watch. And then I said thank you. Yeah, it was really good. The Buffy one was incredible and it's long. And if you haven't watched, I mean, the series is quite long, but if you haven't watched it, you can watch that. And he covers it. And basically, it does a great job. He doesn't miss out the storyline, so it's quite good. Oh, the Angel video. I actually have something to tell you about that. You know the cop in the beginning of Angel, the blonde lady? I met her. I met her in the bathroom at that Wizard Con where I met James Marsters, that blonde lady cop. She also played on Law and Order, okay? And she was in the bathroom, and I went to the bathroom. Where this bathroom was, I know I'm getting deja vu. So you know the original guy? No, it wasn't the Angel reunion. This was like Wizard Con LA. And this was in 2007 or 2006. And the guy who played the original Hulk was there, Lou Ferrigno. And his booth was there. And then right off to the back, at the back, there was this bathroom. And it didn't say it was for celebrities or anything. So I had to pee, and I didn't talk to him, you guys, but Lou Ferrigno has the nicest energy with his smile. He sent me so much lovely energy, and I feel guilty to this day that I didn't stop and talk to him because no one was at his booth, okay? But he was a lovely man. He had the nicest, friendliest smile. I waved to him, but I had to pee, okay? Yeah. And so I went past his thing and I went in the bathroom and I heard this girl yelling. And she was not happy to be at the convention. Wait before you judge. It ended up being her agent, okay? Because when she came out of the bathroom and saw me standing there, she was like, oh, fuck, really embarrassed. She turned red. I was like, girlfriend, I told her, don't worry about it. Okay, right away. I said, don't even worry about it. I heard what you said, and I agree with you. I'd be pissed off too, okay? This is what it was. She was only in a few episodes of Angel, only in the first couple. She was in the pilot, and maybe the first handful of episodes. She wasn't in that many, okay? I remember her though, and I told her that. I remember you from Angel, but what I remember you from the most is Law and Order, So I tried to make her feel better because this agent booked her with bigger stars. James Marsters, Charisma Carpenter was there. I can't remember who else, honestly. I don't think the guy who played Angel, I can't fucking remember, okay? But there were other big stars, and basically, she kind of felt stupid being there, it was a totally understandable situation, right? Everyone's there for the bigger stars. And so basically, she didn't get paid very much. It was a waste of her time. No one wanted autographs. No one bought autographs from her. And it was really humiliating for her to be, when these people were in the show for all these seasons. She only had a few episodes. And I can understand that the agent was probably trying to get her whatever work he could or whatever, right? It was just an overall unfortunate situation. But I tried, and she did. And I said, let's shake hands after we wash. You know what I mean? And she laughed. And I just talked to her like a regular person, but yeah, as soon as you mentioned that Angel, I thought of her. Yeah. And I said, don't worry, I'm not going to run to no fucking tabloid or anything. You know what I mean? I was like, whatever. But, she was a nice person and she expressed a human emotion. And I empathized with her because I would have felt the same way. So most likely, you know, that sucks. Like to be like, oh, and everyone's like, ah, you know, that's why I don't like Hollywood and fame and all that. He says, I remember going up to the ladies that played the twins from The Shining. Oh, because no one was at their booth. Yeah. Seriously, that's a nice, compassionate thing to do. And honestly, you guys, please don't leave people alone like that. Be that person that goes to talk to them. Even if you don't have the money to pay for a picture, go talk to them. Try to be like, oh, I remember you. You're from this or whatever. Just try, okay? It makes the world a better place, you know, because there's still people. Yeah, see, they were very sweet. And they're very grateful for it, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Because, you know, these people, a lot of them, they didn't get into it for the secret society stuff. They were trying because they wanted to do a craft that they loved. You know, acting and theater and artistry has been around for a long time. It just wasn't what it always is today, you know? Yeah. Well, this has been an amazing live. And now we've almost hit 6 hours, okay? So let's for real say goodnight. I want to thank you all for real last time for being here with me today. I greatly appreciate every single one of you. This has actually been good for me, but I'm going to have to go and make more food now and take care of some things. Oh no, Binky. Well, better late than never. You know, you could always just rewind. It was a good stream. It's a good long one to listen to if you've got something to do in the background or whatever. Sorry, I know. I scheduled it yesterday and then I had a little bit of an upset and I got depressed, upset myself. And then I was like, I'm not going to go in the energy that I am today, and scheduled it for the following day. Like 5 minutes ago was doing yard work. Well, that's good. I'm glad you enjoyed your day and you got some yard work. Oh, shit. Oh, damn it, Salem. He spilled the ginger ale on the floor, but it wasn't that much. Oh, well, I'll clean it. You can contact me if you're feeling depressed. Okay. How? If you want, I have a email that is attached to the channel. So like I had someone contact me and ask if I wanted to be on their channel to talk about my experiences and stuff, okay? That's what it's for. It is not an open email for everyone to contact me because I will not be able to respond to you. Okay, like I explained earlier, I am so sorry that I don't have the energy. I can be like this with people and we can converse like this, but in my off time, I'm usually in another space with my own realm, and I'm sorry I cannot accommodate others at this time. I know it's hard because you're like, how are you supposed to make friends? And well, conundrum. But yeah, the email is attached. It's lastminute.lacey@mail.com. Because I just had to find a quick email because I couldn't use my personal private one anymore, which I didn't realize that people were going to be emailing me off of PayPal. Shit. Oh, the lid's on. He knocked the bottle over again. Salem has a thing with water bottles. Look. And so since my pop's there, he's just so fascinated. This is what... He has his own water bottle that he hits around the house all over the place. And he just... Wait, watch. He wants bubbles. And I put soap in it so that there's bubbles. And he just loves bubbles. Watch. Happy birthday, Salem. There's some bubbles, my boy. Get that bottle. What's that? He can hear the bubbles on the inside because of his hearing. When I first brought him home, like the first couple of days, I had a glass of Pepsi. And I swear he sat there and stared at it for half an hour, watching all the little bubbles pop. And that's what he does. The world of cats. So I don't know what's going on in his little mind, but he definitely enjoys it. Happy birthday, Salem. Okay. All right. So you will email me and we will keep in contact that way. Thank you. And yeah, we're going to go to the vet, me and Salem, on Wednesday. Today is Salem's birthday, so we're going to go to the vet on Wednesday and we'll see what's going on with Salem then. So hopefully my intuitive feelings and fears are incorrect, but let's just hope for the best. So, okay. Yeah. You know what though? They don't really knock that much stuff over. Like he gets on the bathroom sink. He doesn't knock anything off the sink. Marvin doesn't either. But look, he's like hitting the bottle now. Like you can't see it, but he just hit it again like he did earlier there. Yeah, he likes to see the liquid move around. He likes the bubbles. I don't know. So I've got bubbles and I blow the bubbles out on the balcony, like with a bubble wand, you know, and they go out into the air and he just watches them fly around and they pop. Yeah, they like bubbles. So, but yeah, I'm doing better. I'm recovering. It's been a very slow recovery. It lasted for a few days, so it takes a lot out of me. Right. Okay. Good. All right. Okay, everybody. Thanks for being with me. Take care. Bye. See you next time. He is a chonky honky fella. See you. Bye. Oh, I forgot to say goodnight in the chat. I always do this. There. Okay. Bye. See you.